Everything's going to be recorded. So like if something happens, you have to step away from the class, don't sweat it. You'll be able to rewatch any part that you missed, or you can rewatch the whole thing if you missed me. And we're going to go through a pretty intensive course today. It's a lot of information. It's a lot of good information, and it's pretty interesting. So it's easy to teach and hopefully easy and fun to understand. The goal of the class is to get prepared for the Leadinggreen Associate exam. Some of you may do that in the next couple of weeks. So you may do that in 6 months in the summer or whenever you have time. Everybody goes through the materials after class at a different pace, and that's the nice part about the Green Associate exam is you can do it anytime. It's online, and or you can take it at a testing center. But we're not going to talk about that until the end of the day. So there's your little teaser to make sure you pay attention until then. As I mentioned, slides are there. I'm just going to get my highlighter here. Here we go. And the first 10 minutes, everyone, is a bit of an intro to like why we're even here together, what this stuff is going to mean for our careers, its potential impact on the economy, society, the environment. Don't take any notes right now, please. If you want to, you'll have plenty of time to do that for the rest of the class. Let's just ease our way into the rest of our long afternoon together by starting off with saying, what the heck does this LEED thing even stand for? All stands for is Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, and simply put, LEED is a standard that rates what makes a building actually sustainable. You know, we were tired of seeing these developers build a big building, paint it green, and say, hey, buy from me, this is a green building, look, look. How do we actually know it's efficient and sustainable and good for the environment, economy, society? And that's the niche that LEED filled. It filled that gap. We were tired of greenwashing, which is what I just described. And LEED is a third-party standard that we can trust. It's unbiased, that we know what we're getting out of the building we're living, investing, or working in. And I like LEED a lot because it's legitimate. What I mean by that is we created it, you know, actual professionals who are in this industry. So generally speaking, it's not asking us the craziest amounts to do, but it's still much better than our building codes today. Also, when you make the commitment to go green, that happens very early on in the project, which is good. Because normally designers don't think how their decisions early on might affect the overall sustainability of the building. And in LEED, you think about it right off the start of the design. And it's marketable. They have spent a lot of money, millions, marketing LEED to the public because frankly, if nobody knew what it was or associated with sustainable buildings, who would even care about it? So LEED is a point-based rating system, and maybe you've seen some of these pictures before. I'll let you take a look. There are 4 levels of certification, starting off with certified, silver, gold, and the highest is platinum with 110 total points that we will go through each and every one today. Where those points lie is a number of categories. In those categories, most have a prerequisite or two, which are mandatory requirements in that category. And the credits are where you pick and choose what you want to do to your building to get a certain amount of points to get to the level of award you are desiring. And we'll see all this shortly. And these are the categories which everybody will memorize here by the end of our day, I promise. So get comfortable. Now, why has LEED been so successful? You've probably heard many of you about LEED before taking this workshop with me. And they've done a very good job at showing the developer, owners, that going green doesn't always have to mean cash money green. And a lot of the times I've seen a LEED building cost no more initially than a conventionally designed similar building, but usually it's about 1 to 3% more of the initial cost premium, which doesn't seem like that much to you, but on these $100 million buildings, you know, 1 to 3 million bucks is still something to most people. So why bother with LEED if it does cost more off the bat? Because we get 2 different returns on our investment and it makes it worthwhile economically. Our marketability. We see a lot of banks, universities, institutions only buying, leasing, building LEED certified buildings. Why? It strengthens what's called our corporate social responsibility program. Maybe you're going to come to university here. Maybe you're going to do business with me simply because our environmental values align. And that matters in 2025 when we're making environmental decisions if we should go to university here, do business with you, and that's important. But that's the indirect return, marketability, a little less quantifiable. The one I care about the most is the direct return through savings and operations and maintenance. And we see that a red building just built to the code, yes, it costs the lowest initially, but over time, we're using more energy, more water, more maintenance. It's not the best built building. But a green building, yeah, it costs a little more up front, but look at our overtime slope here. We're less vulnerable to the fluctuations of energy, of water prices, simply because you're using less. And maybe you even have renewables on site. You could sell excess electricity back to the grid and recoup some of your excess, some of your investment. Now, has anyone seen this pretty picture before? Yeah, we got some nods, some shakes. Good. It's called the triple bottom line or the three Ps. I don't care what you call it, same thing. It's kind of how we like to define sustainability in LEED, and it's a common way to use it for other elements of sustainability too. We group the Earth into these three big spheres, right? There's the planet, environment, the people, society, and the profit economy. And each of these spheres have a lot of wants and needs, and we're trying to meet a number of them. And when we do, eventually we'll get a sustainable building that satisfies all three spheres. To the profit side is what we just touched on with our high return on our investment. Well, what about us? We are in these buildings all day, every day, it seems now more than ever. And we're demanding green buildings because they are healthier, people are more productive and happy, and that's where we want to spend our time. And frankly, if we, the public, are demanding green buildings and companies out there aren't meeting our demand, they're not going to be doing too hot going forward. And we're seeing that shift take place to a generational level. Earth Day, Earth Hour, they're on our calendars now. Who even knew about them 40 years ago? In our student curriculum from a young age in elementary school, sustainability is a big component. And most important, it's a new job market. We've had the blue collar workers, the white collar workers, and unfortunately, the one color I'm not wearing today, though, is the green collar industry. And it's here to stay. It's growing rapidly, and it's good you're getting involved in it because it's not going anywhere, and there's only going to be more and more opportunity. And this is a great step into it. And after all, it is our future, so we should probably not mess things up more than we have a bit already. And here are some cute babies to remind us of that. Now, that was the people side of the triple bottom line, and the planet side we'll talk about in detail. But frankly, there is only one Earth. Let's not destroy it. Let's preserve it for at least one or two more generations. I hope more than that. By reversing our contribution to climate change, reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, and we'll talk lots about it. Now, depending on where you live, sometimes there's incentives to make it easier to build a green building. Structural incentives, an example of one. If you build a building in a city and that city says, okay, I'll let you build an extra floor if you make it green, LEED. And I'm saying, oh, I can build an extra floor just by making it sustainable that I'm not even zoned for? Well, now I can sell or rent that extra floor that I didn't think I was allowed to build and recoup more than the investment cost to make the building sustainable. And the city wants that because the less load of the building, the more efficient, the less energy and water consumed, the better it is for the city's infrastructure. And that works for everybody. And that's why there's a kind of an incentive there. That's not as common as financial incentives because you can play a lot around with different tax credits. I'll give you an example of one where I live. We have something called the Toronto Green Standard. And for the Toronto Green Standard, you have an option to comply with this tier 2, which is about a LEED certified LEED silver building, and you get 25% of your permitting fees back, which was like, I think it was like 400 grand on a project I worked on the other year. There's also a federal loan program where if you meet some sustainable requirements and you're a multi-unit purpose-built rental and you check a bunch of these boxes, you can get 95% of your loan to value ratio. Like you can get a really good rate of a loan for what you put into the building and a quick turnaround rather than having to go through a bank. So they change all the time. Unfortunately, based on who's in power at a local, state, provincial, or federal level. But we try to take advantage of them as they come. Unfortunately, they're not as popular as I'd like them to be, because that would make our jobs a lot easier and the world a lot better. But they're popping up. Um, and some non-financial ones. Maybe if you build a green building in your town, we'll put you on the town's website as the greenest building to show off. Now, LEED is not alone. There's a lot of green building programs out there. We have BREEAM in the UK, ENEV in Germany, BBC in France, Green Star in South Africa and Australia. We have another one here called the Living Building Challenge with this logo. Anyone ever seen that? Living buildings? A couple of us. That's way harder than LEED. Living buildings have to be net zero energy, net zero water, treat their own wastewater on site. Like it's real, true sustainability. The reason why LEED is the most popular by far is because it's realistic. It's not asking us the craziest out of reach items to do, but it is significantly better than the building code. And it's the same everywhere. So that's a huge part or component for multinational companies. They want to keep their building programs to a consistent high level globally. And LEED being the same everywhere lets them do that. Now, this was just a warm up. I want us to ease our way into the rest of our day and think about some things as we go on, how much we can really learn from our past. Buildings are not new. We've been building buildings for thousands of years. Only recently have we started relying on our fancy energy consuming electrical devices to make our lives a lot easier. But why not look back at how we used to build? Some of these passive techniques that work with nature that don't consume any energy. And we can use techniques or variations of them today, but we're not very good at it. Also, LEED is a good place to start, but not the final answer for all of our issues on the planet Earth, of course not. However, every few years a new version comes out. I said every year because next year version 5 is planning to come out in June. And we'll talk about more of that later. And as LEED improves and pushes the envelope, well, so do building codes. And eventually, I think LEED will be the answer to a couple big energy related dilemmas we're facing today. Also, the values in LEED you got to think of just make sense. There's going to be times today where you're like, what is he talking about? Isn't that the most logical way to build a building anyway? And you will be right. However, we love taking shortcuts in our construction and design industry, typically. And through LEED, we're trying to ensure that we build it right the first time round. But everybody's really got to work together to get that best building out of our investment. And that was our little intro, everybody. So if you weren't paying attention, now is a great time to start. Thank you. We're going to talk about everything we need to know for the Leadinggreen Associate exam. I'm just going to post the slides one more time. Give everyone 1 second to grab them. So, what I'm hoping everyone walks out of here understanding is number one, why does LEED exist? What is its purpose? Who created it? Who updates it and decide what goes into a LEED building? Most importantly, point three, what actually makes a LEED building any more sustainable than the next door neighbor? That's our biggest part of the day. And then how we're going to register and prepare for this exam once we go our separate ways. Okay, here's our little agenda. First off, we're going to start with our intro we just got through, going into the background of LEED, of who created and runs the show. We're going to grind our way through that and go into the more interesting stuff of going into each category's requirements of defining a sustainable building, and then our next steps once we are all done. Okay, I haven't even introduced myself. That is rude. My name is Lauren. Hello. You got lots of emails from me. You're welcome. And just a quick brief how I even got here, why I'm standing in front of you. Personally, I did civil engineering. Oh, actually, I would love to know where everybody's tuning in from. If you don't mind just throwing it in the chat, I'm over here in Toronto in the middle of a snowstorm. If you're in the middle of a snowstorm, lucky you. I'm supposed to get on a plane tomorrow. That is not gonna happen. That's okay. We got Boston, upstate New York. Oh, you're probably getting hit hard too. North Carolina, rainy Delaware, lucky guy. Vermont, you're probably getting hit too. Oh, we have everybody's. Okay, I don't feel bad. You're all in the middle of a snowstorm. It's good to be here. Montreal too, Vancouver, Philly. Oh wow, where's all the West Coast folks? We got Ohio, Georgia. That's nicer. Illinois Tech in Chicago. Oh, we have a very northern centric class today. It's usually all over. Nobody's in warm Florida or California. They're out enjoying their days, maybe. So one thing I do like about LEED is how, oh, there we go. Yeah, I knew Philip was in Baton Rouge. That's warmer. Lucky him. Now I mentioned how global LEED is. Obviously, for our time zone, most people are coming from North America, but I've taught classes uh, in the Middle East and Europe and even one in Africa and Central South America. So like LEED is everywhere. It's predominantly in North America just because that's where it was started. But I'm seeing it huge in China and India as well. So it's always neat to see where this takes anybody who's involved in LEED. And personally, I'm a civil engineer. And quickly how I got here. I didn't know exactly what I wanted to focus on, and that's perfectly fine because you get exposed to a lot in school, but there's a lot more to get exposed to out there in your industries. And briefly, how I got here after my freshman year, I worked at this company called Morrison Hershfield, a big engineering firm, and they were building the service centers along our highways to stop, fill up, get a snack, rest. And they were really nice. And I was like, what? Well, I've never seen any rest stop like this nice. And I looked into it. I saw I was going for LEED certification. I was like, what is that? And then I saw it was a way to define a green building, and you do all these neat energy and water and efficiency items. Uh, and I thought that was pretty cool. I thought that was needed. I thought that's where we're going in the industry. And then I saw you could personally get accredited if you take a couple exams or one or two exams, that time of two. And I thought, what a great way to show employers in the future what I'm into, and I have documented knowledge of it. But back then, this was 15 years ago, you needed actual, more than 15, you needed actual LEED product experience to be eligible to take this exam. So honestly, I was just very lucky. I had a very luxurious task on the projects. I single-handedly designed all of their RV waste stations, which if you don't know what that is, it's a hole in the ground if you have an RV to dump your human waste out on your road trip. Gross, but that is my claim to fame. Thank you. I guess it's sustainable if you think about it. Then alternatives, don't think about it too much. But that was my project experience. It did not help me on the exam, but it let me take it. They got rid of that project experience requirement now. And I passed the exam, went back to university my sophomore year, second year. Nobody knew what LEED was back then, not even my professors. So not too many bragging rights for me there. But I told my friends about it, and like they said, this is where we're going in the field. How can I get involved? And I showed them. And unfortunately, looking around, workshops like this are like $1,000, and no one I know has a time or money for that if they're weeks long. And so I just started tutoring some friends, and eventually there was enough demand to host workshops like this. And so for the 8 years prior to COVID, I was traveling. Oh, that's good. I was traveling to about 100 cities each year, and hosting a 5-hour workshop in conjunction with universities. And that's why most people are either in university or affiliated with the university that are here today, because that's what I used to do. Now I'm hosting a lot more webinars, maybe 10 in person a year. But thank you very much for coming. So far, about 12,000 people have taken this workshop with me, and everybody who's followed my steps have passed, and we'll talk about those steps at the end of the class. So I'm in civil engineering, but I always like to see where everybody's studying or what their major is. If you don't mind throwing that in the chat too, I think it'll be pretty neat to see. Please. We got Finance, right on. Architecture, psychology, environmental studies, interior design, mechanical, construction management, political science, biological engineering, civil, building engineering, sustainable development. Oh, we have everything today. Everybody's represented well. We have mechanical, civil, architecture, interior. No urban planners. That's one we're missing. I noticed. Or any urban planners. Ah, tough, tough, tough. Well, this is one part about LEED that I do love, and sustainability in general. If you look at the built environment, there's a lot of different elements to it. A lot of different people that work on making a building into a building. And making it sustainable, there's even more moving parts. And if you don't know what you want to focus on, just like I did not, LEED is a great way to get exposed to different industries and career opportunities that you probably did not know were an option. And as I said, that's kind of what happened to me. And I also work as a LEED consultant. So I try to help owners and developers certify their buildings. And I'll just try to bring some realistic examples into today's class to put a better spin on everything we're talking about here today. Now, there's two sides of LEED when we talk about LEED. The one side is buildings. Buildings get certified, and there's 4 different levels of certification. People, you and I, we get accredited. Okay? Buildings, we say get LEED certified. People get LEED accredited. We don't like mixing those two up. Now, we talked about the 4 levels of certification already, and we'll talk about that much more later. But there's also 3 levels of accreditation or credentialing. And the first one is why we're here today. It's called the Green Associate. It's a pretty entry-level designation into this big field of sustainability. Whether you know you're going to work directly with buildings or you just want to have something on your resume that says you have knowledge in sustainability, this is never going to hurt. It's not that difficult if you know what to focus on, and it's not that expensive if you do it with me. And the actual exam is 2 hours long, 100 multiple choice questions. There's no prerequisites. You just need to be prepared, adequately prepared, because you have to pay each time you take the exam. So we want to pass it the first time. And normally the exam fee to take it is $250, which I was begging them for years to reduce. And last year they did. Now it's only $100, or a few years ago, for full-time students, which I'll take full credit for, which I probably didn't have much to do with, but I'll take it anyway. But even if you're a recent grad, you'll be able to get the student discount. Okay, so that's why I really try to push people as a student, because you save like $150 on the exam fee, and that's why not. It's always interesting to where people come into the class from, and we saw the usual suspects, but I've also taught the Toronto Zoo, and I was like, what am I doing here? And it made sense. Their exhibits, they're like microclimates, and they use a ton of energy. They want to apply sustainable principles to that to save energy. Uh, Another one was like it was just a real estate analyst group, right? And I didn't really understand why all these finance backgrounds were coming, but they're the ones that are putting up the money to be able to build these LEED certified buildings, a big property company. And they wanted to know where their money was going and to make sure it was getting spent in the right way. So it made sense to me. So it is a wide array of people and backgrounds that come and to this course and want some basic knowledge and LEED, and this is a great way to give that. The Green Associate is level 1, and it is a mandatory prerequisite to level 2, the accredited professional. So the AP is eventually what you need to get if you're going to be working directly with LEED buildings. It's much more challenging and detailed. For example, though, I'm a BD&C for new buildings and an AP O&M for existing building retrofits, and we'll talk about the rest of the rating systems in a moment. But the Green Associate is the first one you do. The AP comes next, and then the Fellow is just this honorary thing. If you've done something special for 10 years, you can get nominated for it. So we're here for the Green Associate. And the level of detail that's expected of you for the Green Associate, if we're talking about the building code or zoning bylaw, it would say, hey, if you want to build this big of a building in your city, fine, but you have to provide at least this many parking spaces. Okay, mandatory. Whereas for the green associate, it says, we don't want you to build any more than the minimum by law. Extra parking, easier to drive alone. We don't want to encourage that. Whereas for the AP, it says, don't exceed the minimum parking bylaw. Beat the IT study by 20% for 1.4% for 2.5% per car, parking 1.10%. It's just more detailed. That's just the difference, okay? So the green associate is the level that we are here for today, though, and that's what we care about. And one thing I love about these LEED credentials is once you pass this exam, you pass it forever. You never have to retake the exam. And it gets harder every few years. So get it done now. You have it forever. That's my advice. However, to maintain it after you pass, to make sure you don't have to retest, you have to pay 50 bucks every 2 years and submit these 15 continuing ed hours. I'll bet everybody here gets those for free with the stuff you're already doing, whether you're working or you're in school still. Any course or work-related experience that has anything to do with sustainability or buildings, your 15 hours are done. You just self-report and explain what you did and how it relates to sustainability in a couple sentences. But if you're ever having a tough time, I follow up with you after you pass, and I just show you where you can get some of these hours for free and articles you can read online. So unlike most professional designations, this is inexpensive to maintain. And once you pass it forever. So just let's get it done and under our belts. The U.S. Green Building Council are the inventors of LEED, and they're still the ones that run the show. They're the ones that define what the rating system is. So what makes a green building green, how we rate it. They also produce our reference guides, which are 800 wonderful pages telling you one step at a time exactly what we need to do to build a LEED certified building. I'll show you a snippet of my handy reference guide here. It's 800 pages, and that's really what the AP looks at. This is, my summary, which we'll see later maybe, but this is really what for the AP. It just summarizes every single credit in very small writing. And this is I carry this baby around wherever I go, because it's a lot better than an 800 pager Bible. No thanks. So the USGBC creates it. Then project teams like me, lead consultants, designers, we submit our documents on LEED Online, which we'll see later. And the Green Business Certification Inc., which is the second governing body, they review it all. They also create our exams. They decide what to test us on. So I remember these as the USGBC are kind of the creators of LEED, and the GBCI are out there enforcing it. Okay? So that's kind of the two governing bodies and how they relate to each other. But the USGBC asks about themselves sometimes, so I have to talk about them for a minute. Their mission is to change the way that we build, and their vision is to change it into a more sustainable fashion. It's voluntary, right? You don't have to build a LEED building. You can if you want, and you'll reap the benefits, which we've talked about and will talk about more, but it's not like it's the law. It's consensus-based in the sense that any changes introduced to the new versions of LEED have to be voted on and approved by the users or the USGBC members, which we'll see. And it's market driven. We need to think about how all these changes affect different industries. Yes, architects, yes, engineers, but even like furniture manufacturers making products to go into buildings. How are they going to comply with the LEED requirements? So it touches a lot of different industries, LEED does. And there's only two formally acceptable ways to refer to the one, USGBC, and two, the US Green Building Council. I don't know why they have asked that question before. Sorry, everybody, I did not create the exam, but that is how you formally refer to the US Green Building Council, these two ways. So if that comes up, it's a giveaway question. Okay, so right now, everybody, we are on LEED version 4. That is the current version of LEED. That is what we are learning about today, and that is what your exam is going to be based on. I mention that every so often a new version of LEED does come out, and that is finally going to happen next year. So I really try to push everybody to take this exam this year because it's probably going to be harder next year, and I still have to make the course. It hasn't even been released yet. But right now, what's happened in the last few months and how a new version of LEED comes to life is, first off, make new credits, make it better, advance it. Test those credits out. If they work, we'll use them. If not, get rid of them or change them. Then there's a big public comment of every discipline kind of exchanging their opinions of how these changes will help or hinder them. And then if it's voted and approved, it comes into play. So listen, even if version 5 were to be released tomorrow, you would still be working on version 4 buildings for like 5, 6 years to come. So there's always like a big overlapping sunset period. So if I registered a LEED version 4 project tomorrow, I'd still have like 6, 7 years to complete it. So even though version 5 is coming out next year, in real life, version 4 is what you're going to be mainly working with for the next 5, even 8, 9 years. Okay. So, people think, oh, version 5 is coming out next year. Uh-oh. Why am I learning version 4 then? It's not, that's not how it works. Version 4 is going to be the one that you're using in real life for years to come. So this is the smartest one to learn. And it's what the exam is based on for at least another 12 months. So we have to learn it. It's the current version. So version 4. All I say, please do not look, if you're doing like your own little research, which I encourage people to look stuff online if they're curious about different areas. Ignore everything about version 5 or version 4.1. If you see those two numbers, please ignore it, bookmark it, and come back to it after you pass the exam. It'll just confuse you. They're not that different. Version 4 is what the exam is based on, and that is what I want us to focus on. Now we've seen this picture already. It's our famous triple bottom line. And our famous triple bottom line is what we are trying to satisfy. And I'll keep on coming back to this because it's like the biggest idea in LEED, or the highest level idea. And we want to think about, if you're lost and just saying, what is he talking about up there? Isn't that what everyone does? Isn't that the most logical way? Or how does this have anything to do with sustainability? Take a breath and kind of say, how does this idea or credit try to satisfy somebody somewhere in the people, planet, profit? So if you're ever lost and just wondering why we do this, think about who it satisfies, and it might clear the air and help you understand. Now, on a big picture, everybody, our planet's population is rising. I think we're 8 billion plus now. What's going up faster than that is our demand for energy globally. That's the biggest thing, our demand for energy globally. Much faster than population. How are we going to keep up? There's only two ways, right? We are either going to generate more, create more sources of it, or use less than we already do. Think about it like this. For every 1 kilowatt hour of energy more, it is 3 to 100 times more expensive to create that. Whether it's coal, nuclear, renewable, it doesn't matter how. We're just saying, wait, before we invest in that, why don't we look at where we use that 1 kilowatt hour of energy and reduce our consumption of it instead? I'm saying it's 3 to 100 times less expensive to actually use less than build new capacity. And so if it's financially economical and just smart to go for the cheaper option first to tackle our energy dilemma, you might as well go for the biggest consumers, which are buildings. Buildings consume up to 72% of our electricity, 50% of our energy, 38% of our carbon dioxide emissions come from buildings. And if we know consumption is a lot cheaper to reduce than it is to build up new production, let's go for the biggest consumers, and that's a huge part of LEED. Lowering buildings' impact on the grid, on our planet, on us. And how we do that is there's a lot of good tools out there. We just historically aren't great at using them. Like, you've probably heard of the life cycle approach or life cycle assessment. Don't just look at one stage of that product or building's impact. Look at its whole life. How did you extract it, manufacture it, use it? Where does it go at the end of the life? This gives us a much more realistic perspective on how to compare different products or buildings and their actual realistic environmental impacts. And LEED uses these good tools. Sometimes we don't even realize that we're using these tools by just following some of the LEED credits. Everyone's here from a different background though, and that's great. But it also means we have different levels of knowledge and experience. And I try and define words I think you may not have come across before. If I don't do that well enough, please just throw it in the chat. Please just ask me any questions in the chat, and I'm happy to help. If you miss something I say, throw it in the chat. Sometimes somebody answers before I can even get to it, which is always helpful. And then other times, if you are working on something or have a project that is related to what we're studying today or looking at today, put it in the chat, throw a link up. I'm here to learn. Everybody is here to learn. And that is what I would love to see. If you have something to share, or you can share it later. If it's something super off topic, don't worry. I'll tell you, and we can talk about it after class. But let's start off with some easy definitions here, like a hard cost. That's like the building of the building, construction on site. Where a soft cost, that's more in the office, consulting fees, designer fees, permitting fees. Value engineering is something we don't always love in green buildings. One thing that we've mastered is making sure all of our buildings tend to go over budget. And the first thing that comes out of an over budget building, everybody, are the green items, unfortunately, because you're not removing your fire escape before your LED lights. No fire escape, you break the law, you can't be a building if you don't meet code. So the items that come out first generally are the green ones, and we don't like that. So controlling costs from an early point in LEED is a huge part of the program. And we'll see that. And the systems thinking approach, it isn't exactly what you said. It seems like it's like, what system does the building enter? Like, are you in the middle of nowhere or in the middle of a downtown core? That kind of deal. An example would be seeing how people would get to the project. Are you in downtown with public transit access and roads, or are you building in a rural area? Well, you need to build roads and infrastructure, because that infrastructure you have to build to just connect it from electrical to water to roads to the rest of civilization could have a bigger impact than the building itself. Open or closed loop is our next one. Open loop is what we don't like. It's like cradle to grave. Create a product, use it, end of life, grave. Closed loop is like create the product, use it, end of life, reuse it in the same or different process, and try to eliminate waste. Circular economy, there's lots of words for this. Okay, so how does LEED work? How is it structured? These are all the categories, and you should think of the categories as like the umbrella. And within that umbrella, there are credits. But credits are worth different amounts of points. Okay, so I'll say that again. So the umbrella is the category. Within the category, we have credits, and credits are worth points. But some credits are worth more points than other credits. And it's loosely based on how much that credit impacts one of these categories. Looking at number one, reversing our contribution to climate change. So as we go through the credits, you'll see that if a credit A does that better than credit B, credit A is probably going to be worth more points. We're also trying to enhance our human health and well-being of our planet, protect our water, biodiversity, our other resources, a greener economy, and just overall social equity improvements. You don't need to memorize these. They are pretty high level, broad ideas that loosely are how the points are assigned. But if you're ever thinking like, why is this credit worth so much versus that last one, you can flip back to this and it might shed some light on why credits are worth how many points they are. And like, you got to remember, this is a multiple choice exam. And for me, studying for multiple choice versus like short answer or essay is totally different, because I don't need to memorize these things word for word. I just need to know them well enough to be able to recognize them if they ask me a question about it. And to me, learning something to recognize is different than learning something to memorize. It's a lot quicker for me to be able just to know it well enough to recognize. But again, that's me. Everybody studies different, and we'll talk about different study tips and the best plan of attack in a moment, not in a moment, at the end, in 2 hours, 3 hours. Sit tight. Now, any questions? We're going to talk about how LEED works and how you actually get the certification and register for the project. Feel free to throw it in the chat and we can chat about it. It is really coming down. I think we're getting half a meter here. Half a meter in your guys' speak. 1.5 feet, 2 feet. Oh boy. It's okay. We haven't had a real winter in like 3 years. Maybe the earth is healing because everybody's taking the LEED workshop with me, right? Right. So how do you get that LEED plaque on a wall that you've likely seen before? The first step is registering for the project. And that means you've done nothing yet, but you're thinking about it. Just the first step. Anybody can register the project, but usually it's someone like me, a LEED or sustainability consultant. Just Google this. You are going to see in every state there are a lot of LEED consultants and a lot of around the world. Look, there's a lot of different developers and builders that want their buildings to be LEED certified, and they need our help to get them there. And that is our job as a LEED consultant. And the way the costs break down, the registration cost is a flat fee. It's under $1,000. It's not that much. And the actual certification cost is on like a cent per square foot basis. So the bigger the building, the more there is to review, the higher the cost. But usually those two combined are like 5 to 15 grand, which is not a lot for a big building. The person who registers it, usually me or any LEED consultant, is called a project administrator. And I'm kind of like the middleman. And through LEED Online, which we'll see next slide, I set it up. So I set it up and chase everybody down. I say, okay, for credit 1, I need your owner's signature. Credit 2, architects, your drawings, engineers, your calculations, your general contractor, your pictures, interior design, your plans. And that is how we submit our evidence that we built this thing properly. And here's a LEED credit scorecard. It's a basic list of every credit available. I usually sit with the owner very early on and say, hey, what do you think we're going to go for? Yep, check, 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 check. Okay, 50 points, LEED silver. Tell everybody we're going for LEED silver. It's always good to have a goal right off the bat. Now, this is the exciting interface of LEED Online. Very thrilling stuff, I know. What credits are we going for? Who's on the project team? What are their roles? What's the timeline of the project? But this is where all the magic happens, the Uploads tab. That's where you submit all of your proof. Drawings, pictures, calculations, signatures, and even a credit form. A credit form is very important. It's just a breakdown. A credit form says, hey, for credit 1, make sure you have documents X, Y, Z. You got them all perfect, ready to submit them, good to go. That's all it is, a checklist to make sure we have all the right documentation to prove we're in compliance with the credit, and it goes through LEED Online. Now there's 2 different types of submittals. There's a combined submittals where you pretty much wait until you've done the construction, you submit everything you did. Most people though do a split submittal. So that means I do all the design work, and I say, okay, based on my design, submit it through LEED Online, and they say, okay, you can expect to get 55 points. Now we can say, look, we're expecting to get LEED silver if we build to exactly to what we said we were going to do, but that never happens. There's always hiccups and changes that need to be done. And then you submit after you're done the build, your as-built construction documents. As-built, for those who don't know, is what you actually built at the end of the whole process. And then based on that, Um, they say, okay, well, this changed, that changed, you lost that point, more information, and eventually you get your final certification and subsequent award. So people like to split the middle because they can advertise earlier saying, hey, we're expected to get LEED silver. But until you're actually done the building and submit that way, that's actually the point in time where you're eligible to get the points. Okay, let's get into it. The rating systems. There are 5 rating systems for different building types and stages. The first one we'll talk about is the most important one. It's called building design and construction for new construction or major renovations. So if you're gutting a building, sometimes even just replacing the HVAC, you will still be under B, and C. So this is for new buildings, major renovations. And within B, and C, you can see 8 market adaptations, they're called. These are all very similar. However, a new school does not have the exact same requirements as a new warehouse. So each of these have a few unique credits, but they're 90% the same. For example, new construction is the most popular by far. About 90% of all LEED buildings to date are under new construction in BD&C because it's the easiest thing to build green. A brand new building or a major renovation. You're a clean slate. There's also variations, or we call them adaptations, for data centers, warehouses, hospitality, retail, healthcare, schools, mostly up to grade 12. And core and shell, listen, that's the only different one. So a core and shell building I worked on, it was this 8-story office condo in Toronto for this company. Tridel was the developer. But Tridel, we didn't know who was gonna move into each floor. So we didn't want to put the wrong stuff inside and fit it out improperly. For example, we sold floor 5, I think it was to Bank of America. They came in and they fitted out themselves. They put everything that they wanted to, their own furniture, flooring, HVAC, lighting systems for their space. Whereas what we did for the core and shell, we designed the shell, which is the exterior windows, walls, roof, floor plates. And the core, the shared lobbies and bathrooms and hallways, that was on us. And then each individual tenant had the option to design the insides or fit out to ID&C, interior design and construction, the second major rating system. And for example, part of my job as the core and shell lead consultant, I wrote like a 100-page manual. Hey, this is what we're giving you to work with. This is where the daylight is. This is where you should put this. And they could follow that and make additions and modifications to certify their area under LEED interior design and construction. I've also worked on interior design and construction alone without a LEED core and shell building. For example, there was a Gucci store in New York City that I worked on just to get the inside fit out to a LEED standard. But usually how it works is the core and shell is done by the developer, and then each tenant has the opportunity to make their own space into a LEED interior design and construction certified space as well. But I remember one of the floors had like a research lab with all these crazy energy, like it just couldn't work with LEED. And so that's fine too. It doesn't affect the actual overall rating of the core and shell of the building. And that is our second rating system. Our third rating system is operations and maintenance, or O&M for short. And this is for existing buildings. And most people come into the class and say to me, Lauren, isn't this the most popular one? Lauren, isn't it? And I don't blame you for thinking that. I'm looking outside right now and I think to myself, technically 100% of the built environment, it's built, it exists, we're in it, I'm looking at it. And most of these buildings suck a ton of energy, leak even more right on out. What a huge potential of improvement and energy efficiency and energy reduction in our existing buildings. So Lauren, why isn't this more popular? Well, I go to these old school existing building owners and I say, hey, you can improve your lighting, your HVAC system, your windows, insulation. If you do, you'll save a bunch of energy. In turn, you'll save a bunch of money. Maybe you'll even save the world, probably. And they say, Lauren, I'd love to. but I got a 90% occupancy rate and everyone's paying whatever I ask. Why would I make a change? Well, just start off with these naysayers with an LED lighting retrofit, right? $1 million spent on retrofitting your building and getting LEDs out for all those in for all those incandescent and old out. And depending on how much you use your light, you could save 2, 3, 400 grand a year. That's like a 2 to 3 year simple payback, and then you're making money. And once an owner sees that, they're a lot more likely to give you a chance to do a deeper retrofit on their building portfolio. But it's still a tough argument to make, and it does get easier every year because energy prices are going up. Buildings are only getting leakier and older and requiring more energy for comfort. And as those really old school owners die off, it'll be a little easier to convince future generations with longer times on this planet to look forward to the future. How crude, I know, terrible, but that's okay. Um, so I'm seeing O&M slowly pick up. The only problem is I see a lot of people start off with O&M, and then by the end of it, the design, they're like, well, we're really gutting it. So it actually fits into major renovations a little bit more, and they end up going with BD and C. So I've seen O&M get lost a little bit over the years, and BD and C just being a lot more malleable and useful. Uh, and look, there's also government policies in New York City. What was it? Local law 60. I forget what law it is. Pretty much essentially, this is not exact. It says, hey, if your building is in the bottom 10% of performing buildings from an energy efficiency perspective compared to similar buildings in your class, you have to retrofit by 2030 and reduce your energy usage, or we'll fine you. So it makes the business case pretty simple. I'm like, it's 2025. Let's put the million in now. By 2030, you'll be making money off that investment in energy savings, or kick the can down the road and you'll have to do it anyway or get fined. So those policies are very, very helpful, I think, and hopefully we see more as we go forward. LEED for homes is our fourth one here. LEED for homes is a little bit different. It's for 3 stories low rise up to 8 stories mid rise. Okay. It's different because if I go to a wealthy neighborhood, like Drake's house 20 minutes ago away, it's like 15,000 square feet for a family of 3. I don't know. Why are we building these crazy McMansions? It's nuts. Nobody needs 2,000 square foot per person in a family. You could put 10 homes on these pieces of land, 10 families in that area. So there's credits like compact development that say build more to what you need. Don't live in crazy excess. There's also no LEED Online for homes. So it's a little bit of a different one. It's newer. And this is the only time where these 2 helpers come on site. So LEED for homes provider, a Green Raider as well. They come on site and help us with some documentation and just make sure everything's in order. Because normally, remember what I just said, your as-built are submitted. That's usually your proof. People get confused. They think I'm this like lead assessor guy that goes from building to building and makes sure everything's done right. Not the case. It would be a cool job, but doesn't exist. Everything normally goes through LEED Online, all your proof, signatures. And as I said, the as-built construction documents, that's approved by your local building code, zoning body, whatever. In this case, mine is the Toronto Buildings Department. And if that doesn't represent what you actually built, you have way bigger problems than LEED to worry about. And that's why we can trust that to reward our buildings based on what you actually built and not have somebody come on site. Our fifth and final one is LEED for neighborhood development. And it's kind of where we're trying to go. We see that a building on its own can only do so much, but an entire neighborhood, a community where you can live, work, play, go to school, it's walkable, you're sharing amenities and infrastructure, that's going to make a very big impact. However, they're massive projects. So there's not that many of them. New York City just got its fifth one. Toronto, we got our first one a few years ago called the West Donlands Project. You probably heard of the most recent one in New York City called the Hudson Yards Project. It's huge in the heart of Manhattan, old train yards, now into a huge community. It's a LEED Gold neighborhood. It has that weird, what's that staircase? The honeycomb staircase thing, which is a weird tourist trap, but the rest of it's much more interesting. A neighborhood development, it's usually like a public-private partnership, and there's just a lot of moving parts and a lot of investment that goes into them. So there's not that many of them because they're massive, massive projects. So everybody, those are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rating systems that we have today, and your building's got to fit into one of those 5. Now, there's also a couple special cases. So let's say your university campus is making a new medical campus in the town over, 5 new buildings there. Instead of having 5 isolated separate projects clogging up the certification system, making other people wait, you can have all those 5 buildings under one campus submission. Look, just by being in the same place alone, there's like 20% of overlapping credits. So you're just speeding up the process for buildings in the same place. The same idea goes for LEED for volume. LEED for volume. Target is a good example. And they moved into Canada 15 years ago, the department store. And they opened up, or were planning on opening up like 100+ stores. And they were taking over, I think, Kmart or Zellers, and they were retrofitting them all. And it was pretty much identical retrofits, right? So don't apply 100 separate times. They can apply all of them in one big volume submission. And I think I got like 40 certified to LEED Silver. But Target really botched their rollout in Canada, and then they pulled out. But thanks for the LEED buildings while you were here. But too bad, I like Target. Just 2 cases to speed up the process of applying for similar buildings or buildings in the same place. Now, how do you know which rating system to use? Out of the 5, LEED says to use the 40-60 rule, which says if 60% or more of our gross floor area pertains to one rating system. For those who don't know what gross floor area, I'll give my props. This is a building. Beautiful. The cumulative square feet of the floors is your gross floor area. So if each floor is 100 square feet, we got 1 floor, 2 floor, 300 square feet. That's our gross floor area. And if more than 60% of that applies to B, D, and C over O and M, or vice versa, that's the one you go with. With that said, nobody uses this rule in real life. It's pretty ridiculous. In real life, it's usually a very obvious choice. It's like, is this a new building or is it existing? And it's darn obvious of which your building is going to fit into. The only time that this is marginally relevant is like, hey, here, I have a big existing building and I'm adding on a small addition. Because the existing is more than 60% of the whole thing, at the end of it, we're going to do the whole thing under O&M. Versus if this is existing and we build a huge new addition, then we're going to go for B, D, and C because more than 60% of it is new. That's the only time. The only reason I'm getting this through to you is because they love to ask this question on the exam. It's like, how do you pick a rating system? And you check off 40-60 rule, and then you can forget about it because nobody actually uses it in real life. All right. For the rest of our time together, everybody, we're going to talk about one thing only. And that one thing is the good stuff. How to get these points. That's it. How do we get the points? There are 4 different levels of certification. I mentioned that points seldomly come up on the exam. Rarely anything related to points. That's what the AP Level 2 focuses on. But I almost can guarantee this will be your only point question. You need to know this, right? Certified 40, silver 50, gold 60, platinum 80. Is there a trick to remembering it? I don't know. Let's take a look. Look, the S kind of looks like a 5. The G kind of looks like a 6. The P kind of looks like an 8, to be honest. The C, 3 out of 4 is not bad, right? So that is not too hard to remember. If a building gets 55 points, what is it going to get? LEED silver. Okay, so These are the only points you need to memorize, and we just did it together because of my fancy tricks. You're welcome. And there's 110 total points. You cannot get all 110 of them, nor do you need them. If you get 80, you're doing a pretty darn good job. Some credits, if you do one credit, you can't get another credit fully, and that's why you can't get all 110, nor do we want that. All right. Before we can even touch those points, we need to comply with some mandatory prerequisites, starting off with one minimum program requirements, MPRs, minimum program requirements. These are three bare minimums. If you miss one of them, you cannot be a LEED certified building, but look, they're very, very simple and easy. The first one says you have to be a permanent building on existing land. Existing land, what in the world does that mean? Existing land, like I taught this course in Dubai before, and they have those cool, huge artificial islands that spring off their coast. I don't know how sustainable that was. While you're building land into our natural sea ecosystems and eliminating everything there. I don't love it. There's plenty of land to build on. Let's use the land that exists. If somebody's built out 100 years ago, like many cities have expanded their waterfront, like Toronto did, there's a lot of fill. That's fine. We just don't want to be doing the bad thing. And permanently located, no moving structures. There's actually 16 points based on where the building is. So you can't be a mobile home or anything that's going to move. Once you build the building, it stays there. So that's one, very easy. Permanently located on existing land, not bad. Two, you have to be a reasonable LEED boundary. A reasonable LEED boundary. What's that? You can't lie. That's essentially what number two is. Don't lie about what's on your site, which is a given, but I guess somebody tried once. For example, you can't gerrymander, which you've probably heard this term covered in US politics, but here it just means I'm adjusting my boundary to make it easier to meet a credit or a prerequisite. So for example, if this is our site here and there's like a contaminated swamp and I don't want to deal with that, all right, I'll just draw my boundary around it and maybe they won't know about it. You can't do that. You have to submit all these conservation authority maps and all this different stuff. So this is not even something to worry about at all. Because they're going to find out anyway. So all this is saying is be honest about what you submit. And the second part of this is your gross floor area of the building has to be a minimum 2% of the site. So this begins a big discussion we're going to have today of how inefficiently we use land in North America. When we build our cities and accommodate people moving in, we like to build out and out and out and sprawl to accommodate them. And when we build out in low density ways, now we need more infrastructure from roads, electrical, water systems. No public transit is going to get out there because it's too low density. Now we have more cars on the road. Build where there are buildings. Build up, not out. Increase density. That is a big theme in LEED. Curb sprawl. But this 2%, all that means is, look, if I have a big site that's 100,000 square feet, I need to build a building that's either 2 stories of 1,000 or 1 story of 2,000 square feet. That's nothing. A small farm would meet that. This is a bare minimum. The buildings we talk about are going to be like 1,000 or 2,000%, not 2%. The building I'm in right now is a 3-story building on a lot line to lot line site. That's 1, 2, 300%. And this is a small little building. So this 2% is a minimum kickstart to a big theme of increasing density and building up and not out in sustainability. And the last one, number 3, is it has to be built for somebody. You can't build any ghost buildings. It has to have one person that's going to use it, which is a given, I think. And it has to be bigger than 1,000 square feet for LEED, B, D, and C or not 1M. Look, if it's smaller than 1,000 square feet, I don't need you to go through the whole certification process. I can see it's sustainable. It might be like a tiny home or something like that. I don't need LEED to show me that it is. Okay. So these 3 items, everybody, are mandatory bare minimums, and if you miss one of them, you cannot be LEED certified. Our next one are prerequisites. These are also mandatory. They are also worth no points. And most categories have a few. Why? For example, in Toronto, where I live, we have a lot of water. There's Great Lakes here, and it's not that expensive. Although it is getting more expensive. Yeah, I just saw my water bill. I was like, maybe I should change what I say in class because related to relative to gas and electricity, it's inexpensive, but the infrastructure is old and dated. It's going to take a lot of money to repair it, and we'll talk about that in our water efficiency categories and sustainable sites. But if I'm in Toronto, I'm like, water's cheap. Who cares about the efficiency? I'm going to do what I want on focus on energy. That's where I'm going to save money in energy. But you cannot do that in LEED. In LEED, it's a whole building rating system. And for that reason, prerequisites establish minimum requirements that say, hey, first off, you got to be 20% more water efficient, 5% more energy efficient, bring in this much fresh air. And once you do, at least you have this minimum level of sustainability through all elements of the building. And you can say, okay, I did it. I'm 20% more water efficient. I met your mandatory prerequisite. I don't have any points yet, but at least I met all these minimums in each category. And now finally I can go pick and choose in the credits. This is where you get to choose, right? This is the credits are where you get your points, and you pick which credits work for you. So depending on how much that credit costs to do and comply with, how important it is to you, how many points you're going to get if you do it. It's your decision of where you want to get the points to get to the level of award, certified silver, gold, platinum. The intent of the credit, the why. That's the most important thing for us today in the Green Associate. A good understanding of why we're doing this credit. How will this credit result in a more sustainable world, economy, society, planet? Seeing if I meet this credit's intent, will it help me with other credits perhaps? Or maybe it might hinder me in trade-offs and synergies. That's the biggest part of the class, is the reasoning behind it, a bit of a higher level understanding of LEED for the Green Associate exam. Whereas the AP, the Accredited Professional Level 2, that focuses on the requirements, the points per credit, percentage thresholds, the detailed calculations. However, I will be talking a lot about this because it's the only way you're kind of going to wrap your head around some of these better ideas. But I will remind you, you do not need to memorize these items. And we'll talk lots about strategies of how to meet these requirements and get your credit. For the rest of our day, and when you're studying as well, unless I specifically say otherwise, or the exam question specifically says otherwise, imagine that whatever we're talking about in the LEED credits, prerequisites, questions, studies, apply it to a new office in a downtown core. Downtown anywhere, I don't care. We're going to use New York City because it's a big downtown. So if we're doing a new office in a downtown core, that means we're using the BD and C rating system, new construction market adaptation. That was the most common one. It's the most popular one and used. And it's also what the Green Associate is primarily based on. Okay? So unless I say otherwise, everything we talk about applies to a new office in a downtown core. Here's our first credit. It's like a category all by itself called the integrative design process. And traditionally, how designers work on a building, and there's a lot of different designers, right? An architect, 5 engineers, general contractor, 20 subcontractors, interior design, environmental science. Everybody's kind of saying, okay, this is my job. I'm getting paid for it. I'm going to do it as well as I can, isolated on my own. We don't want that. We want collaboration. We want people working together, finding synergies, understanding their individual goals for the overall goal and how we can help each other. And How we do that, it's called the integrated design process. It's called the holistic design approach. This is a big theme in sustainable anything, not just buildings. And what we do is we host a LEED charrette. And it's trying to find synergies. For example, if I am the building envelope guy, which actually is my specialty, making a nice, tight, highly insulated wall, very exciting, thank you. And you're the HVAC designer, and we don't collaborate. I might make my wall real nice and tight, and now your HVAC doesn't have to be as efficient or large as you originally were thinking of doing it. And if we don't collaborate, now our HVAC is too big, our walls are too tight, that's over designing the building, that's costing more than we wanted it to, and that is not the way to continue to promote LEED by having it cost more than you promised and do less, right? So you want to understand what the individual goals of the project are so everybody can work together and not over design the building and get the most cost effective building so we can continue the path of LEED and improvement of our built environment. And a LEED charrette is a fancy word for a Kickstarter meeting. So one I led recently, there was like 8 owners around the building, around a boardroom table. Every design team had a couple people there. The construction consultants were there as well. And everybody kind of sat around there and we brainstormed. We were like, what are the sustainable components that we could include in the building? And we came up with a lot of good ideas, right? I started putting them on the board and doing different charts, and then each owner started to rank them and say what was the most important to them and how are we going to get there. And through doing this practice of a LEED charrette, we can establish what's called the owner's project requirements, which is simply saying, what does the owner want of the building? Because if you don't build it to what they want, you are not getting hired again. They're the ones paying our bills. And what I then do is take what the owner's project requirements are back to the office and make it into what's called the basis of design, which is simply what the owner wants in a little more technical terminology, right? That's it. And it's for other disciplines and people working on the building to understand a little bit better what they have to do to meet the requirements. And the real reason we do this, everybody, is looking at this chart up here. It is very expensive to redesign a half-built building, and this happens all the time in reality, and it's painful. If you can just get everybody around a table, at least introduced to each other, and understanding somewhat of their goals, you're gonna be able to think about, initially I was gonna design the building like this, but that's gonna make it harder for their plans. Let's talk to them first. And like just having some kind of idea of who you're working with goes a huge way in saving money over time, and at least maybe having some contingency plans in place for predictable obstacles or unpredictable obstacles too, to avoid just a massive expense halfway through construction. Okay. And that's our first point. Not bad. Get everyone together, have a meeting. I usually take meeting minutes. Um, I've seen some like, everything's called AI now, but like a tool of I was in a meeting and the gentleman had like a summary AI tool, and then it sends you an email. I didn't even know it was on. It sends you an email with like a transcript summarizing and detailing the conversation. I was like, amazing. Because meeting minutes are pretty painful to jot down and still participate. But anyway, I digress. As I usually just take meeting minutes. Everybody signs in. I usually take like a goofy picture at the end for good measure to get the camaraderie going. Hoorah! Now, location and transportation is our next category, and that's all you have to do for our first point. Location and transportation is what it sounds like. There are no prerequisites in this. So meaning no prerequisites, you could skip the whole category. See ya. And the reason for it is sometimes you just don't have the controllability of where you build the building. We don't want to just want to disqualify people because that's the site you're given and you have to deal with it. Now, there are no prerequisites, but it would be pretty silly to and a big oversight to not do anything here, because there are 16 points all based on where the building is located, what's around it, and how people will eventually get to that building. That's it. That is this category. I'll explain the boxes in a moment, but for now, let's start off with our first credit, sensitive land protection. Please remember, everybody, we do not need to know the points per credit. We do not need to know these specific little details. We need to know the intent and why we're doing it. And yes, we need to know and have an idea of the requirements, but not the detailed numbers within them. So let's take a look. Sensitive land protection. This credit, we are trying to avoid development of sensitive land. Sensitive land meaning, prime farmland, we'll talk about it in a moment, and sensitive areas and undeveloped site, a green field. Maybe you haven't heard that term. A green field in LEED is a plot of land that hasn't been developed on more than agriculture. So it's like still natural or close to it. So we don't want to ruin a green field, like pick a previously developed site, which is actually our first option. For 1 point, pick a site that's already been developed on. Where are we building? New York City? Good luck finding an undeveloped site in New York City you can build on, right? So pretty much automatically you get that point. But if you build in a rural area, upstate New York, rural Louisiana, don't build on a piece of prime farmland, a floodplain, near endangered species, wetlands, and bodies of water. Simply, there are better, less sensitive places to build. Pick one of those instead of these. That's the idea. But remember, this is a credit. If you build on a piece of prime farmland, that's fine. This is 1 point. There's 110. You only need 40 for certified, 80 for platinum. This is one credit worth 1 point, and we're picking the credits, right? It's not mandatory. Sometimes you have to build on one of those, right? You don't have a choice. That's just where the building is. A high priority site is a site that's undesirable, they call it. Maybe there's an extra requirement, a challenge, and developers are like, scared. We want to encourage developers to build on those tough areas. We want to encourage them to build on an area like a brownfield, which if you don't know what that is, it's like a contaminated site. The best example is like a decommissioned gas station. It just sits there polluting. Or dry cleaners, they used to be terrible. Still aren't great, I don't think. But that leaches into the ground, and then we want people to get in there, remediate it, remove that soil instead of just having it sitting there polluted. And we'll give you points for that. An infill site is a site that has 75% of its surroundings developed, which has its own challenges. And historic areas. There's always like aesthetic and architectural requirements that scare developers off. But if it's historic, you can bet there's people there and a community there. And so we want to encourage the development of historic areas. And we'll give you a point for doing so. So as a reminder, you do not need to know the points per credit. But if you're curious, it's in the textbook. First off, I'll show you later. And just as a rule of thumb, the harder it is to do, the more points it's worth. So like I know that a brownfield is actually worth 2 points, whereas a historic district is only worth 1 point. And then there's this option that's never used. It's a priority designated site. It piggybacks off of some US standards that say like this is an opportunity zone. This area is socioeconomically struggling and people are avoiding development there. This is a food desert, whatever it may be. And we want to encourage the development and getting that economy going in those tougher neighborhoods or areas and giving a point for complying with that. So this is how some of the LEED credits work, right? LEED says, dangles a point. Hey, if you want to take this challenge on, we'll give you 1 to 3 points. And that's how some credits work like this. Here's a big one, everybody. It is called surrounding density and diverse uses, right? Conserve land, develop in areas with existing infrastructure. When I read that, it's build where there are buildings. That's all I hear. Don't build in the middle of nowhere. So there's 2 options, which are easier to explain by my very pretty picture that I drew. Thank you. Surrounding density and diverse uses. Surrounding density is option 1, and that is what we're going to talk about. So taking a look up at the screen when you're ready. We draw a 1/4 mile radius circle around our green building. Of course, it's green. And I want to calculate What is the density in its surroundings? So what I do is I add up the gross floor area, right? Remember what that was? The cumulative square feet in all of these buildings. Add them all up. And I get all the gross floor area of buildings within a quarter-mile radius around me. And then I just take that number and I divide it by the square foot of, or by the acres or square foot of the ground. So just think about what that gives you, right? It's just a density calculation, like how many square feet of buildings up per acre of land. And the higher the density is, the more points you get, up to 4 or 5. Listen, the way LEED looks at it, it's like if you're building in the heart of a city or just with stuff around you, there are people in those buildings and there are services, amenities, energy, and infrastructure systems to support those buildings. And we're adding to it. And we can also add to that infrastructure, and we can also utilize and contribute to all these different amenities around us. So build where there are buildings is the main thing. Versus what we talked about before, don't build in the middle of nowhere because now you need to build energy, water, electrical, all roads, no, and then public transit, no way. Like the infrastructure to get from a city to wherever you build could have a bigger impact on the environment than the building itself. So thinking about the where is hugely important. But what if you build on Wall Street in the financial district in New York City or anywhere, and I look to my left, I got 10 banks. On my right, I got 10 banks. I don't need that many banks. I want one bank. And so instead of 10 banks, give me a diverse array of uses. Give me one bank and a supermarket, a restaurant, a post office, a grocery store, a park, a university, a barbershop, a theater, all of these diverse uses that are walkable. And LEED says apparently we're not too lazy to walk a half-mile door-to-door unobstructed walking distance. So this is a different way to meet this credit. And I like to think of this as, you've probably seen the term walking score before. If you're like renting or buying a place, it's always like walking score. And that's what this one reminds me of. How close am I to different amenities? And that is the location side of the category. Do we have any questions about location before we go into transport? Going into our second half of this category, logically, is transportation. It accounts for 33% of our greenhouse gas emissions. 33. What were buildings? 38. Together, that's over 70% of all of our greenhouse gas emissions from buildings and transportation. That's the majority of all emissions, right? 70+%. So my question to you now is there a way to not only reduce the buildings emissions and how we build, but also transportation emissions and where and how we build? And the answer is yes. Because where do most of these 33% of emissions come from? I'll tell you, most of our trips are starting at a building and then you end at another building, right? And how you go from building A to building B is where these all come from. So the next 4 credits try to discourage people from driving alone in a gas guzzler. Think about it. If we build a building and everybody drives alone in a massive Hummer, that's the worst thing, right? So the way to discourage that behavior is to encourage other behavior, like building near public transit. So if you build within a half-mile of a bus or a bus rapid transit subway stop, or a quarter-mile of a streetcar stop, for example, people are going to use it. If I'm built next to a subway stop, I bet you my employees are going to try to use it every day. And they're like, well, now I should live near public transit. So now we're getting people living and working near public transit. And maybe they'll get rid of their car completely and just rely on public transit. Not a bad idea. But you also have to meet a minimum trip count. If one bus comes every hour, that's not giving my occupants options. I need multiple buses, multiple times per hour to get my people where they need to go. So like in New York City, that is the ultimate example of not relying on a car and maybe only having a car for, weekend trips or special occasions, because it's faster and more efficient and convenient to get everywhere on public transportation. And this is a real life credit documentation. So this is what I did in Toronto. C is where the building was located. You can see on Google Maps, there's 2 bus stops within 400 meters. 400 meters, that's just a quarter mile, by the way. Since Americans, you guys love our imperial units for some reason still. But we get to use both because of you in Canada. Lots of fun. Um, and then I just went to the public transportation's website, in my case, the Toronto Transit Commission or wherever yours is, and I looked at the routes. I saw how frequently they were coming. I wrote how many trips occur in the weekdays and weekends, and that's it. And this is something I love about LEED. In my head, even if I didn't know how to officially document it, I just think, what's the most logical, pragmatic way to prove my building complies with these requirements? And in my head, I'm like, I'll take a picture of Google Maps. I'll show I'm close enough. Check. I'll go to the transportation's website and summarize and submit their actual route frequency to show that enough routes come by. Check. And that is the official way to do it, which I like because it makes sense and I wouldn't even have to read it in the book, the reference guide, to know it. And this is a big one, up to 6 points here. How about bikes? 20 years ago when LEED came out, people loved to say, oh, LEED, yeah, you heard of that. What do? You put a bike rack on your building, you get LEED gold. Oh, yeah, whatever. It's a lot more involved than that, as you can see already. You need bike parking for visitors. You need covered bike parking for long-term occupants. You even need showers. Like the last office I worked at had 2 very nice big shower rooms, because if I'm biking to work on a sunny summer day, you better give me somewhere to freshen up, or no one's happy, including me around me. And this is how I see us designers really changing people's behavior. How I look at it, I look outside and say, okay, everybody out there is as lazy as they can be. But if I make it just easy enough for them to ride our bike or just easy enough to ride public transit, then they will shift their behavior if it's easy enough. That's how I kind of look at it. Parking we talked about already, but the US has twice as many parking spots as people, and Canada, we're even worse, I bet. Don't build more than you have to, right? We talked about minimum zoning code bylaws. Build this big of a building, this amount of parking, no more than that. And reserve carpool parking spaces. We want to encourage people to carpool, and the owner and the manager of that property manager has to sign on that these carpooling items will be enforced throughout the life of the building. Lastly is green vehicles. You don't need a fancy Tesla to be a green vehicle. Many comply, low emitting vehicles, some hybrids. LEED uses what's called an ACEEE score. They rate how efficient a vehicle is, and if it's over 45, it counts. And the way to encourage green vehicles is to reserve spaces for them. Preferred means closest to the main entrance next to the accessibility spots, or offer a discount. Or how about free parking for those green vehicles? Because not only do I want to have somewhere reserved for them to park, I also want to provide EV charging stations to 2% of those spaces. Think about it. If you're in the market for a car and you're like, I don't know. Wait, what is that? There's an empty spot with an EV charging station. If I buy an electric vehicle, maybe I could even charge my car during work on the company's dollar. That might be your deciding factor if you're going to go combustion or electric. I'll be honest with you, this is outdated now. This is one of the credits where society kept up with. We didn't think LEED didn't think electric vehicles were going to be as popular, and they are. And now many building codes have similar requirements for new buildings anyway, just to future-proof them. So this is one that is pretty easy to do nowadays. So everybody, those were 4 credits. And they all had the same intent, which was to simply discourage people from driving alone in a big gas guzzler. Any questions about that right now? There's one final credit in this category, which I need you to focus and understand. It's either you do this credit or you do the other seven because they overlap each other. So LEED for neighborhood development location. LEED neighborhood development location. Remember Hudson Yards, right? This is a big community in the middle of Manhattan. There's lots of buildings, some land, maybe some empty spots, a parking lot. Let's say this is the whole area. This is the LEED neighborhood development. It's an acre, whatever. And I see a parking lot. We're going to buy it and develop it. Our building that we develop within that already certified gold neighborhood will get us 12 points for our personal building. But you don't go for the last 7 credits. The whole idea here is these neighbor developments have already met these 7 credits we just talked about. When it initially was constructed as a LEED for neighbor development, all of those credits were already complied to mostly if it's a LEED gold neighborhood. So it'd be double counting. So this is just rewarding people for developing in an already certified neighborhood. You'll automatically get these points. Excuse me. You'll automatically get these points if you do so. With that said, there's not that many neighbor developments out there. So this is more of a future looking credit for hopefully when there's more neighbor developments to continuously encourage the development within those. So you don't need to know too much about them, but this is one that years ago I saw the points asked. So in red, bold, underline, I say know these numbers below. You should know that building in a certified neighborhood gets you 8 points, silver 10 points, gold 12, platinum 16. Okay. So what we're going to do now, we're going to go on to this one. This is a short category. I'm going to get through this. We're going to take like a shorter 10-15 minute stretching break. We're going to come back, do 3 more categories, take another break, and then finish off. We'll probably be done everything by 5:30. Because we started a little late, we'll probably just do the practice exam. It might go a little past 5:30. So if you absolutely can't stay, don't worry, I'll send you the recordings. But otherwise, if you can stay an extra little 10-15 minutes, we'll see. We'll honestly, we'll see how we go. Okay. Now, these boxes up here, everybody, are my naming convention. So you're not going to see this anywhere outside of the course. And honestly, you do not need to know this for the Green Associate. This is how I teach the AP, but often people are interested. So let me break it down for you. SS is the category, sustainable sites. C if it's a credit, the P if it's a prerequisite, the number I've given it, and the name it has. The D in parentheses if it's done during the design phase, the C is if it's done during construction. And the min and max points available in new construction, schools, and core and shell. And lastly, exemplary performance. This is like a bonus option that we'll talk about much later on. So I'm not trying to confuse you by giving you these. You can ignore them if you want. But some people, they want to see in like one place how many points each credit's worth, and this is the right place to do it. So this is about sustainable sites. It's all about what you're doing to the site itself, protecting, restoring, making it worse, and trying to keep everything on your site and not disturb anyone else. So we haven't had a prerequisite yet. This is our first prerequisite. As a reminder, everybody, it's not like missing this prerequisite, you just miss out on the sustainable sites credits. No, if you don't do this prerequisite, you can't get any credits, right? You have to comply with all prerequisites first, and then you go and pick and choose your credits. So construction activity pollution prevention is our first one. And LEED was going about its day, making its own guidelines when they said, well, why are we doing this? There's already a solid standard called the EPA's Construction General Permit. Let's use that. And we're going to see LEED do this a lot, and I love it. They don't reinvent the wheel. They look at the standards that are out there. They look at the best practices, And they often just piggyback off of them who are expertises in that area and incorporate it into the overall rating system. So they're not reinventing the wheel. They're taking advantage of often underused but working and good standards. And this is one for erosion and sedimentation control, because if you've been on a construction site before or driven by one, you probably noticed it's a real big mess. There's trucks dragging dirt onto the road, chemicals spilling, wind blowing that dust away. Keep your mess on site. Keep your mess on site. That's it. That's the goal of this prerequisite. Use proper control blankets, even straw bales do it, silt fencing. Here just an example of a product I worked on: silt fencing to prevent dust blowing into my neighbors, filters under our catch basins. And honestly, any half-seasoned construction manager would have been doing this for decades. This is just best practice. But for the lazy bad ones, now you must do this. You must do it. Just a question in the chat: SSP. So SS is going to be the sustainable sites. P is a prerequisite, and then we'll see a C here is the credit. Now we are moving into our first credit. It's called Sustainable Sites Site Assessment, and it's probably the easiest credit in the whole ball game. It says here, okay, if you think you can use your site to the best it can be used, you better show me you understand what is there already. And prove to me you understand your site by describing it. That's it. Tell me about the existing site conditions. What's the topography? Is it hilly or flat? The hydrology, streams, aquifer below, native vegetation, indigenous soils. That's it. And you answer like 3 questions in each of these topics, which you've probably already done an environmental site assessment yourself, and you get one of the easiest credits in the whole ball game. Describe your site. Not bad. The next one ain't too bad either. It's called Site Development Protect or Restore Habitat. So there's a couple different things you need to do. So first off, if there is a greenfield area, protect a portion of it. So take a look here. This is the site. We bought it. Hooray. This greenfield area, remember what that was? Never being touched more than agriculture. Don't develop 25% of it. Leave it be. It's doing its thing. Happy just fine. And restore a portion of the already developed land. So let's say this is a parking lot here. Let's restore 50% of it with native and adaptive vegetation. And what that does is bring it back to its original form as a green field. Okay. But where can you do that in New York City? Like, think about how tight the sites are. There's no land to like play with. So we have a financial option that you can pay into a land trust. And what a land trust does, for those who don't know, it says we'll take your money because you can't fix your own site and remediate a similar condition site within 100 miles. But it ain't cheap. It's 40 cents a square foot. So if it's like a 100,000 square foot site that we have here, that is 40 grand for 1 point. So there's no shortcuts here. That is not a good use of your money, in my opinion. So that's protecting or restoring our habitat. Next, we have open space, which used to just mean this: vegetation. And that never made sense to me because I see these like rolling turf grass fields. Turf grass is just like sod or regular grass, high water requirement. We don't like that. And I've never seen anyone use it at these like business parks where they have one building on the end of the end of the open field on the other building on the other end. And I'm like, what a waste of land. So the new definition of open space is it has to be outdoor space that's usable and accessible. Usable and accessible. What do I mean? Just encourage people to make it easy to use that space. That could be as simple as like a courtyard with a walking path to it and some picnic tables. Maybe some benches around a pond. A community garden is like my favorite way to do this. People love community gardens. I think they're pretty cool. And these are just different ways of encouraging people to get out there and use it. But again, in a downtown core, where are we going to do that? And in this case, in Toronto, we looked up. And this is like a tiered terrace building where it like steps back like this. And on those terraces, we had planters, umbrellas, benches, even a portion of it was a green vegetated roof. And that was our good and only option to provide open space in a tight, dense area. I know those were pretty quick. Any question about those first few? The next three are a little more involved. We've got a question here. If a building does not meet the prerequisite, it is not eligible for points anywhere. So just to confirm that. If you miss any prerequisite in any category, you cannot be LEED certified. That's to make sure you have a minimum in each category. A greenfield, just think of it as a site that hasn't been developed on more than agriculture. It just like doesn't have a parking lot, doesn't have a building on it. It's just a more or less a natural site. Okay, everybody, it's snowing right now. It's raining for some of you. Where does it all go? When rain falls, it goes onto our hardscapes, our impervious concrete and asphalt, flows off our sites, and we forget about it. We should not forget about it because it takes a lot of energy, money, and our infrastructure is overloaded as it is to get that water where it needs to go. And we've seen the amount of flooding that's occurred in the last 5-10 years. A 100-year storm is not happening every 100 years anymore. A severe storm of that only should happen every 100 years is now happening every 50 years, or shorter and shorter and shorter. And that's likely due to climate change. But our amount of hardscapes as we develop and build more equals more runoff. There's less places for the water to infiltrate naturally into the ground, and we need to manage this. And in places like Toronto, which flooded 3 times last summer, like our sewers are archaic and combined. It's storm and sewage water. So when we flood, it's not just rainwater. Nice picture there. Sorry. So why not try to keep the water on site? That's the whole idea. Encourage infiltration, encourage vegetation. The easiest way, dig a hole, call it a fancy dry pond, a bioretention pond. Use whatever word you want, I don't care. And if you slope your site cleverly and grade it properly, maybe we'll all just go into that dry pond and naturally flow into the ground below eventually. Or you can build a cistern, which is a fancy word for a tank in the ground. And what that does is it takes excess rainwater in a downpour, holds on to it, and you can harvest that rainwater for later on irrigation or even toilet water, for example. But there's plenty of strategies out there. Permeable pavements getting better. It's asphalt, lets water through. I'm sure y'all have seen open grid pavement. It's on a lot of university campuses. It's usually very muddy and weedy and gross, and this is probably photoshopped here. Bioswales are fancy words for ditches on the side of the road with vegetation. Another good way to maintain and manage rainwater. But again, all these strategies, it's up to you. And one thing I can't stand, I hear seasoned veteran designers tell me, they say, Lauren, I don't want to go for LEED. Nobody's going to tell me how to build my design my building. I say, what are you talking about? LEED says try to manage this amount of rainwater and pick any strategy under the sun or clouds to do so. Or don't. I don't care. It is 3 points. It's up to you to go for it. LEED doesn't only say you pick which credits to go for. It also says you pick how to get those credits. So it leaves the design open-ended, which is actually something I like and is misunderstood out there in the industry still today. All right, anyway, good talk. The heat island effect is our next one. I'm sure some of you have heard of it, maybe others have not. You have felt it before if you haven't heard of it. Cities, dense downtown areas are 2 to 10 degrees warmer than our rural and residential counterparts around us. Why does this happen? It happens for the same reason a lot of rainwater runoff happens. Dark, asphalt, impervious surfaces make our cities into a giant heat sink. And what happens is, as the heat beats down on us, all those dark asphalt surfaces absorb it. You can feel how hot a parking lot gets, right? And at night, sun goes away, cools off. That heat is radiated into the cool night sky. But the problem is it has nowhere to go because our cities have wonderful pollutants like vehicle exhaust hanging out and buildings that are close together. And the wind honestly just has a tough time pushing all that hot air out. And before you know it, the sun comes up and reheats our surfaces. Cities don't get a chance to cool off. That's the heat island effect. And that increases the cooling loads in the summer, and it's hot enough in our summers in the city, and that's not what we want. So a couple characteristics before we go into mitigation strategies are number one, albedo. How does the surface reflect light? You've probably heard of it. What we use is SRI, which combines reflection and emissivity. Essentially, each surface has a solar reflectance index. How does it reject heat? 0 is like the darkest, blackest absorptive body. 100 is the brightest, whitest reflective surface. Where are the hardscapes, first off? I'm looking outside. Oh, wow, it's really snowing. Brutal. And I'd say I could see the roads and sidewalks, but that's our first plan of attack. Let's get the ground. How about shade them? If you put trees along your sidewalks, the sun can't hit it, you solve the problem. Or put buildings a little closer together so you need less roads and sidewalks to connect them all. Or a bright white concrete instead of a dark black asphalt. Or open grid pavement. We saw vegetation was good for rain. Vegetation is also good for the heat island effect. It doesn't contribute at all. And those are all strategies that you can use on the ground. How about the roof? Another huge contributor because we like using torch down or black asphalt shingles, and that's a huge heat sink. Don't use them. Use a bright white concrete, a bright white metal cladding, or a vegetated roof. A green roof is pretty neat. There's a couple different types of it. There's extensive ones which are just like planters versus intensive ones, which is layered surfaces. So it's like you're pretty much making real ground on your rooftop, and you can grow whatever you want in there. And some credits have synergies. We're going to start talking about this. Doing one thing will help with multiple credits. So in this case, a green roof, think about it. It will help here with the heat island reduction. It will help with rainwater management. It will help with protecting or restoring our habitat. It will help with open space if you can access it. And it will save us energy because those layers make your roof an even better insulator and it reduces heat loss. That's like 5 credits that it will help towards. But green roofs are very expensive to build and even more to maintain. Unfortunately, I've seen my fair share of green roofs turn into brown roofs pretty quickly as the vegetation dies. But you can, if you manage it properly and keep up with it, you can do a good job. They're expensive though. They're big, big projects. In Toronto and New York City, we have green roof bylaws. Whereas if you build above a certain size building, you have to have a portion of it, its roof as vegetated. Now, you also got to think about where you build too. Because a building in New York City versus a building in St. Louis, the pain is felt a lot less in New York. What do I mean by that? Okay, we have 2 identical buildings. This represents the value of the building, right? So we have a $100 million building here in New York City. We have the identical building in St. Louis. Nothing against St. Louis. I love it. The land just isn't as valuable. Say it's worth $20 million. Same building. Now the cost of a vegetated roof doesn't vary that much. Call it $2 million. That's only 2% of the New York building, but it's 10% of the overall value of the St. Louis building. So what I'm getting at is there's a lot more factors at play here. And no financial money stuff is going to be asked on the exam, but I think it's one of the most important things to learn because that's what drives sustainability still. People want to be good, but if it's going to lose you money, you're not going to do it. So when deciding what strategies to take to build up to a LEED standard, you're probably not going to build a green roof in St. Louis if it costs 10% of the overall construction costs. Whereas it hurts a lot less in New York City just because they're lucky. So depending on where you build and the value of the house will determine which different strategies you might use, which is just a good thing, a good mindset for you to have. Nothing like that's going to be asked on the exam, but it's important. And I see in the chat, you got it. Wasn't even a planted question. We got solar PV over parking lot because our last place that's a huge contributor are parking lots, surface level lots. You know how hot your car gets on them, they're burning. I've seen people cook eggs on their windshield dashboard before. We know how hot parking lots get. Um, don't build it on a flat ground surface. If you're going to need to build it, put it underground. The sun can't hit it, solve the problem. Or stack it as long as you have a high SRI or a green roof on top. Or what if it just said, put PV panels over top of our parking lots, and maybe you can even use that electricity to charge EV charging stations and get like 3 credits in one. Boom, boom, right there. I've seen this in LA. I saw it at UMass Amherst, and more places are doing it. And those are all ways to mitigate the heat island effect. And now look up at the sky tonight and tell me all the beautiful stars you cannot see because of light pollution. There's lights inside that escape out of our windows. There's lights outside that we need to find our cars, be safe walking home. Why do we love shining light up to the sky with these silly no-covered orbs like we see here? Point it down to the ground where I actually need it. You save energy, you reduce light pollution, you stop confusing the nocturnal animals thinking everything's the sun and they go onto the road, they die, it's very sad. And just don't glare into people's properties. Keep your light on your site. And different zones like downtown versus rural have different lighting allowances, but essentially it's all the same. Use an energy or lighting modeling software, and all I want you to do is you put in all your lighting power densities and make sure at your boundaries the lumens or foot candles are below 0.1. And what that means is you're not trespassing into your neighbors. So that's a big theme of this category if you think about it. Keep your light on your site. Keep your erosion and sedimentation during construction on your site. Keep your rain on site, the heat island effect on site. Keep all of your damaging items on your site. Don't let it damage others. That's how I remember the theme of this category. Okay, everybody, I know we've been here for a long time. You've all paid attention very well. Thank you for doing it. Hopefully it's fun and exciting. We are going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to start talking right at 3:20 Eastern. So 15-minute break, come back for 3 categories. Then we'll have another 15-20-minute break, come back and do the last couple categories. That's our plan. I'm going to pause recording and I'll restart it now. Good. All right, so we just got back from integrated design, location and transportation, sustainable sites, into our next category of water efficiency. Now we got to talk about some types of water before diving into this. So the first and most important one is potable or potable water. Yep, everybody will get the recording tomorrow once I get it uploaded. So don't worry about that if you have to step away or you missed anything. Now, potable, no problem. Potable water is water that you've treated that as a city or whoever your water utility company is to a quality that it's safe for us to consume. That's all potable water is, drinkable water. And the whole category, everybody, there is one single intent for every prerequisite and every credit, and it's simply use less potable water. That's it. Use less potable water. Black water is wastewater, so it's toilets, urinals, kitchen sinks, and dishwashers. If water touches human waste or food, it has to be treated. It cannot be reused. Whereas gray water can be reused. So like rainwater that you collect and then reuse it for toilet water or reuse it for irrigation. It's not drinkable, but it's not wastewater, black water. Okay? Potable water, though, is the one we want to reduce the use of. Now, processed water is our next one, and that's water inside the building system. So you really don't see it. We'll talk about a type of processed water called makeup water shortly. That's in cooling towers used to cool air in buildings. And anyone heard of purple pipe water before? Purple pipe? It's like treated black water. So what happens is black water goes through a treatment plant and its final stages, or it's called a tertiary level cleaning essentially, and it's used for irrigation a lot. It's not quite drinkable, but it's almost. And in a lot of public parks in Texas, I've seen it. In California, in the desert, where there probably shouldn't be golf courses, but there are. At least I'm seeing them use um, recycled or purple pipe water, rather. GPF, look at your toilet next time you use it. It'll tell you how many gallons go down the drain every time you flush it. Same with GPM on your faucets and shower heads. It'll show us how many gallons come out per minute. It's a flow rate and a flush rate. Evapotranspiration is a long word. All it means is the loss of water through our plants' leaves. And FTEs, full-time equivalents. These three are important. To determine a number of credits, we also need to understand how many people are going to be expected to be in the building. And the way we calculate that is with an FTE. One FTE is either an 8-hour work day or a 40-hour work week. Okay, 8-hour work day, 40-hour work week. All right. Think about it. Let's say all 40 of us were in a room together for 4 hours. 40 times 4 is 160 people hours divided by 40 hours in a work week is 4. We would contribute to 4 full-time equivalents. How we should think about it, because we're dealing with an office, is a full-time equivalent is the same thing as a full-time employee, a 40-hour work week. That's it. We need to know the idea. We need to have an idea of the amount of people in the building, because it determines things like how much bike parking do we have to provide, how much water are we going to consume. Both are functions of how many people are in the building. The US EPA Act, Energy Policy Act of 92 or 05 is the same thing, and it's what we use as a baseline. Because I keep on saying things like, you got to be 20% more water efficient. More than what? Like, it's a new building. What are we comparing ourselves to? And the EPA Act is what we are comparing to. Sorry about that. Just caught something in my throat. So we'll see how to do a baseline calculation shortly, but it's essentially what we're trying to beat. And I'll show you what I mean. Water sense label is just a standard to make it easier to find water efficient flush and flow fixtures. So like I'm looking at an Energy Star label on like a dishwasher or a dryer. Energy Star is for energy efficiency. Water sense label is for water efficiency. So we're asking, where would septic system water fall? Not really going to be not really covered here. Honestly, LEED is more oriented to city connected. Um, this is my opinion. LEED is more viable and created for city connected spaces. So things that are connected to the grids and the existing water and wastewater systems. I personally believe there are better standards more for off-grid living and using septic and maybe even reusing some of that water. So not really touched. The only place it would be touched is maybe an innovation in design, innovative performance, which we'll talk about at the end of the day. It's where you can actually create your own credit. Yeah, so Johnny's asking, does part personnel include? Yeah, so definitely. So, you pretty much add up the people hours of all the hours that people spend in the building over a week or are expected to, and take that big number of people hours and divide it by 40 to answer that question. Okay, good stuff, good thinking. Now, before we get into the prerequisites and credits, on a big picture, 70% of our surface is covered by water, but only 1% is fresh and accessible. And water is not infinite. In fact, it's quite finite, as we're seeing more and more as we pollute it and ruin our fresh water bodies. We need to start to conserve and really think about how we're wasting water. Because every year in the last 10 years, 2 out of 3 of us on the planet at some point in the year were living in water stress conditions. You look at Cape Town, South Africa, one of the richest cities in the whole continent, if not the richest. They ran out of water twice in the last few years. Like, people I know have left. Their taps were dry. Like, it's happening today. Parts of Michigan still has contaminated water. Look at California. I don't even know what year of the drought it is. They've been talking about ducting water from the Great Lakes down there. I can only imagine that having good impacts on the overall ecology and environment. Probably ecosystem, probably not. They're desalinating water, taking salt out of seawater. That is a very energy intensive process. There are better plans to do before these expensive or crazy ideas, in my opinion. Like, just use less. Use the same amount of water, but more efficiently, conserve it. This is what we should maximize first. Just like the same thing I talked about on energy. It's way better to try to use what we have efficiently than try to produce more of that energy or fresh water. That's how I view it. Now, in this category, we got 3 P's. That's 3 prerequisites. And each of those prerequisites has a corresponding credit that I see. So it's like, hey, you got to be this good for the prerequisite. And then incrementally, you can get more points for doing better in the credits. Now, let's take a look here. There are no calculations on the exam, but I think it is worthwhile for you in the background at least understand how baselines are established. So picture this. We are building our building, and we're going to imagine ourselves simply using conventional or old flush and flow fixture rates from the EPA Act. So let's say our office building has 200 full-time equivalents. We're assuming half women, half men. Women use a toilet 3 times what? The EPA Act says 1.6 gallons per flush. Guys once, urinals we use twice. Faucets 3 times what? 2.2 gallons per minute times 30 seconds. How long you should wash your hands for? We all know. And we see that if we built it, hypothetically, to the EPA Act, our building would consume 1,500 gallons per day. 1,500 gallons per day. Okay. That you should think of, and I look at it as, okay, that's what we need to beat. We need to use less than that. How much less? A mandatory prerequisite requirement of 20% less. And then you can see in the credit, every 5% better we are, we get points subsequently, up to 7. So that's how it works, right? So how are we going to use less? Well, maybe I use a dual flush toilet, which on average only uses 1.0 gallons per flush. What if my urinal was a waterless urinal? Or what if my urinal only used recycled rainwater? That would make it 0, right? Because it's the potable water reduction, not overall. We just want to stop wasting potable, drinkable water. And a low flow faucet, say, brings this number down to 2.7. And we see that our building actually uses only 1,000 gallons per day, which is a 30+% improvement and giving us our 2 points. And it's up to us to decide where and how much reduction to receive. And in real life, folks, like, there's a calculator on LEED Online. It knows what these numbers all are. All you do is plug in how many people and what your actual flush and flow rates are, and it spits out your percentage of improvement, and you submit your proof that you purchased and installed those items you said you would. And that's how this credit works. Any questions for indoor water use before we walk outside? Nobody's going anywhere in Toronto today or tomorrow. That's for sure. Outdoor water use reduction is what we're going to look at next. Stop watering plants. That's easy. Just use native and adaptive and indigenous species. Because I'll tell you a secret. Before we built the building, there was vegetation here first doing its thing. Use the same kind of vegetation because the same sun and rain is shining and falling and it'll survive just fine. And by chance, you can do something called xeriscaping, which is a fancy word of saying no potable water and your plants will live. Or if you insist on using weird plants that need to be irrigated, stop watering them above ground. Most of that water you spray evaporates, blows, runs off the ground, never gets to the root where it needs to be versus drip irrigation or micro misters delivering the water underground directly to the root and saving 90% of otherwise wasted water. Demand meter. Where was I? I was at Vanderbilt in Nashville teaching a few years back. And I just remember um, I finished class, walking off happily, and then the skies opened up. I start running, and then it was like a movie. Each sprinkler went on as I passed it almost. And I was like, why are you going on? It's raining. And a demand meter simply just says, don't go on if it's raining. And that happens too much. Or we talked about non-potable irrigation, potentially collecting rainwater off the rooftop and storing it and saving it later on during use in here for irrigation. That's indoor water use reduction. Then we had outdoor water use reduction. And now we're going to look into building level water metering, which is actually a new prerequisite in version 4. And all it says is tell me how much water your whole building is using every month and give that data to the USGBC every 5 years. Guess what? You have a water meter somewhere. If you're getting charged for your water usage, in my case, it's this Toronto Water, the city of Toronto. I can just ask them for access to the meter, or we can install our own. Either of them work. If we'd install our own right next to theirs downstream, gives us the same data. So this is a little side note here. Right now, there is no recertification system for a new LEED building. The only recertification that exists is for O&M, operations and maintenance. They want you to show your energy savings every 5 years to stay LEED certified. For a new building, however, you get your plaque. It says LEED version 4, 2025, and what level you are, silver. And that's yours. Look, these LEED buildings are like 15 years old or newer. So they should be working near the design case efficiency. And if they're not, it's the owner who's missing out. So owners watch their water usage and energy usage way closer than this. But what I think this might allude to is down the road in 10 or 15 years, maybe there will be a recertification system for like 30-year-old LEED buildings. That's what I think this is kind of setting us up for, but we'll see. So that's really easy because there's already a meter in place, and the water metering credit is a little more challenging. It says sub-meter 2 of the following 6 systems: irrigation, indoor plumbing, domestic hot water, boilers, reclaimed water, processed water. Okay. These are your biggest water consumers. And by sub-metering them and individually seeing what they each use, if there's a leak, you can likely pinpoint it right away and fix it before it gets out of hand. Or you can say, wow, I can't believe my irrigation system uses that much energy. Okay, you know, I have a little money here. That's the first place I'm going to spend it on improving. Now, personally, I've never done this credit before. The buildings I work on, the water schematics are like, it's just complicated. And to meet it, I needed a lot of water meters and it just was cost prohibitive, but it's also new to version 4, so we'll see. And everyone, those were 3 prerequisites with 3 corresponding credits. And there's one last credit by itself called cooling tower water use. Now, if you do not know what a cooling tower is or how it works, you do not need to know for this exam, but it's good dinner date conversation for your dates tonight, so I'll tell you anyway. One way to cool air in buildings is to duct cold water through the pipes, and then you blow air over it. You take the cold temperature from the water that has a high thermal capacity, and you give it into the air. Simply using water to cool our buildings inside. That's it. So when the water comes out of the loop from the building, you hope it's hot because you've gotten the big temperature drop inside. And all this cooling tower does, it takes the hot water coming out, right? And it simply sprays it over a large surface area, trickling down, and has a big fan providing evaporative cooling. It just cools the water off with a fan. That's it. However, there are chemicals in the water. We need the chemicals because they prevent scaling and buildup in the pipes in the building. And eventually, as water is evaporated, the chemicals stay and they get too concentrated. And when the chemicals concentration get too high, you have to do what's called blowing down the water and replace it with makeup water, which takes a huge amount of potable water. So the solution to this is to carefully monitor the chemical's initial concentration. Because if you start off low, maybe you can get like, 10 cycles instead of 1 or 2 before replacing the water. Or don't use potable water for makeup water. Maybe you can use air conditioning condensate or rainwater from the rooftop. Because look, every single credit in this category, the goal is to use less potable water. Do we have any questions for water right now? Good, good, good. We're going to go into our next one, which is the biggest one, the most valuable one, my favorite one, energy and atmosphere. Kind of two parts to energy and atmosphere. Excuse me. The one part is where is the energy coming from and like how is it generated? And the other part is how efficiently do we use it in the building? That's the biggest part. So where does it come from? How do we use it? But first off, looking at this chart, and we see Canada, where I'm from, we're the best. We're number one. We use the most energy per person globally, so we're the worst. Don't worry, Americans, we're close behind. Look at the gap. This is a bit of an old picture, but it's still unfortunately the same. We are so far ahead, or rather behind the rest of the world in terms of energy use per person. And the reason this is the case, and it makes sense. We are lucky to have a lot of natural resources in North America, and energy relatively is cheap compared to most parts of the world. Also, we're lucky that most people have access to electricity. And because it gets really cold here and really hot here, we're not afraid to use it. Access, price, and extreme demands for our comfort because of our climate equals this. We use a lot of energy. And how I look at this, and you should look at this as what a time to be alive, we are never going to be worse than now. We can catch up easily by looking at other regions with similar climatic conditions and copy what's worked for them for decades. So there's your Canadian optimism for you. You're welcome. There are 4 prerequisites here with 4 corresponding credits. So it's very similar to water efficiency in the sense of it's not as much as it looks like there is here in terms of actual ideas and credits. It is like 4 sisters here. Commissioning is the first one. Now, some of you have and others have not heard of what a commissioning agent is or a commissioning authority is. So let me explain. This is real on an actual building. I've seen it many times. An owner is paying millions of dollars sometimes for high efficient systems, HVAC equipment, and they're specialized and super efficient. But a sub-designer or a subcontractor hasn't worked with that unique system before. And if they mess something up, poof, there goes your savings. Why did I spend all this money in the first place if I'm not even going to save anything? That's the idea. So how we want to look at this is hire a commissioning agent or commissioning authority. And they are an unbiased third party looking out for the owner. The owner is the one that's paying all this money. And The commissioning agent has to have a similar experience on similar systems of similar sizes, and all they're going to do is oversee to make sure these systems are going to be planned, designed, installed, tested, and operated, maintained properly, just like they were designed to, so that the owner will get a bang for their buck. Similar to metering, we want to continuously make sure, preemptively if we can, that these systems will give us that high return on our investment, because why would we pay all this money if they're not going to save us money over time? That's the idea here. And the 4 systems you must commission are going to be HVAC and R, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and refrigeration system, lighting and daylighting controls, domestic hot water, and renewables, should we have any. The credit, you can get up to 6 points in enhanced commissioning for essentially triple checking. Review after contractor submittals, again after substantial completion, and on an ongoing basis. Arguably, even more importantly, as I said, it's training. Train your facility operators, your building managers, so they can continue to use that equipment at the design case efficiency and get the savings over the life of the building. Also, nice shirt on this guy. Also, there's 2 of those points now are for envelope commissioning, because one of the things a lot of people in the industry are fighting for is, I've been a part of projects where, a laborer just shoots a nail where it shouldn't be, creates a thermal bridge. There goes our airtight, watertight vapor barrier, whatever it may be. And now 2 of these points are for commissioning the envelope to make sure that insulation still acts intact. Melvin says the commissioning authority acts like a construction manager, but for energy savings. That's a good way to put it. I kind of, construction manager is a little, what's a better analogy here? They're really there just to, I'd say it's more of an inspector than a construction manager. Yeah, that's a better way to think of it. It's more of like they're inspecting to make sure these systems were designed and built properly. Oh, put me on my toes there. Nailed it. That's commissioning. Commissioning is often like $40,000 to $60,000 per project. Honestly, it's 2025, and if you're not commissioning, you're behind the construction curve. Pretty much every major building I know is commissioned, even if they're not going for LEED. In Texas, for the last 15 years, because their cooling loads are so high, all of their major buildings have to be commissioned. It's just a no-brainer. If you're spending millions on these equipment to save hopefully hundreds of thousands a year, why not spend the extra 40K, 50K to have someone and verify that all these systems are actually going to work? Because once they're in there, you're not changing them. So this is a very no-brainer in my opinion. And it's a prerequisite and a credit. Next, we have a prerequisite minimum energy performance with an optimized energy performance credit. Great question. The commissioning agent should be engaged like immediately, right when your lead consultant is engaged. The earlier, the better, because they're going to have input and you're not paying them extra money for having them involved earlier. The earlier they're involved, the better. That's honest. And I'll talk about how when I bid on a project to do work on it, I go in as a lead consultant. My colleague and friend, he's the energy modeler, which we're about to talk about. And then the third is another person we know who's a commissioning agent. So from the sustainability aspect, we submit a bid of these 3 items, and we'll talk about the cost in a moment. Okay, back to our minimum energy performance and optimized energy performance prerequisite credit. This is the exact same thing we just did for water, everybody. But instead of looking at the water efficiency, we're now looking at the energy efficiency of the building. ASHRAE 90.1. ASHRAE 90.1 is the baseline. So remember what the baseline was for water, the EPA Act of 92 or 05. This is the exact same thing, and now we're just talking about energy. Now, there are 2 ways to show how you meet or beat this standard. And if you don't know what ASHRAE stands for, you need to. The American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers. ASHRAE is probably the most important body for LEED. They have chapters in every country. They produce a lot of interesting studies and reports and industry standards, and LEED piggybacks off of a lot of them, the most important one being ASHRAE 90.1, which you have to know. The ways to show compliance are option 2, a prescriptive path, where you're pretty much doing X, Y, Z, and you get 5 points max. That is rarely done in reality. In reality, we are modeling our building. Only when the building can't be modeled for some weird reason do we do our second option. Pretty much all the buildings I've worked on have been energy models. And I'll show you how one looks, but maybe you've heard of some of the programs. I'll name them. The most popular one is eQuest. Energy Plus on Open Studio is very popular. There's another expensive one called IES, which is good. But like Revit has a plugin called Ecotech. Rhino has a plugin called Diva. Even SketchUp has a plugin to do this. And it's just modeling with our computers how the building is going to perform from an energy perspective. And this is one that I did in eQuest a long time ago. This is the last one I did because I'm not very good at it, or I just don't like doing it. But it's a whole industry in itself, energy modeling. And so pretty much where is it? Like, is it in Toronto or is it in Los Angeles? Very different climatic zones. How is the building oriented? What's the window to wall ratio? How many floors does it have? And you build the architectural makeup of the building in the model, and then you go to ASHRAE 90.1, just like we did with the EPA Act and water, and it says to use this R value for the wall, roof, and floor's insulating properties. This U value and solar heat gain for the windows, efficiency and insulation. This lighting, boiling, heating, cooling system efficiencies. And you run all of these in the model, and it says it uses this much energy. And that's the number to beat once again. And then you can go through any different element of design, whether it's increased insulation, better HVAC, better windows. And just think about, like, in this room, I have one window, right? That's it. This is my window. Where that window is and how big it is and what kind of window it is will change the overall energy consumption of the building. Oops. Of the building. Even though yes, it might be very small, any little change is going to have an impact on the overall energy consumption of the building. So figuring out and balancing what the owner wants, what the architect needs, and what the most energy efficient way to get there is part of the act of an energy modeler, and it's an important one. I think I mentioned energy models are mandatory in Toronto. Even for a little laneway house I made on my back or a project a couple years ago, that had to have an energy model. Again, this is a very low cost to play with. Just think about how can you experiment, right? How can I experiment with these kinds of windows without actually installing these windows and HVACs and be like, oops, this is using more energy than I thought. It's a great design tool to strategize and understand what your building is going to perform from an energy perspective. So just talking about dollars now. Well, first off, let's look at the points. It's a 5% reduction from ASHRAE 90.1 for a mandatory prerequisite, and then 19 points for a 54% reduction. Right? 19 points. That's halfway to a LEED certified building. This is where you save the most money. This is where you reduce the most greenhouse gas emissions equals. That is why this is so heavily rewarded. Energy models often cost $5,000 to $15,000 depending on their complexity. And then the third cost is the lead consultant, which is another 40 to 60 grand. So as I said, the way that I bid on the project, I go in as with a commissioning agent for 50 grand, energy modeler for 10, lead consultant for all the documentation and hand holding for another 50 grand. So that's around $100,000, $120,000 for all those different elements. And honestly, that's a drop in the bucket of a building budget that is often in the tens of millions of dollars. And the owner likes this. The owner doesn't want to see themselves pissing away their money into a consultant's pocket. Nobody does, except for governments, maybe. But I digress. But They want to see, well, where's the 3% increase? If you're telling me that it costs, 1 to 3% more money initially to construct it, that could be a million to 3 million. That money is going towards just a better building, right? Better windows, better insulation, better HVAC, lower operations and maintenance costs. And that's what we see LEED buildings yield, right? A LEED building yields a 2 to 20% higher sales or rental premiums because people want to be in buildings where they're going to be healthier, use less energy, and see that reflected on the bills that are passing through their sub-metered use. They have LEED buildings have higher occupancy rates. And if you look at like downturns in the economy, even in 08, LEED buildings maintain their occupancy better because they attracted higher quality tenants that can survive downturns in the economy because they're better businesses. Um, so owners like to see that the money, and it helps in convincing them to go for LEED, that the money isn't going into the pockets of consultants, but rather it's going into investing in a better built building. And that is a big part of what I propose to owners that are kind of on the fence about. So that's optimized energy performance. Building level energy metering is our next one. Same thing we just did for water. But folks, there's two forms of energy coming into our building. It's going to be gas for heat and boiling, or stoves even, and electricity for most other things. Okay. Building level energy metering, you're already getting metered for your electricity and gas consumption every month and charged for it. So same thing, just ask for access to those meters that the utility companies have in place and you're done. And submit that data to the USGBC every 5 years. Easy. Now, the advanced energy metering credit is also one that's a pretty low-hanging fruit. I want to know where the energy is going in my building and if I'm losing some of it. And smart meters can do that very easily. There's many types of smart meters. The least invasive ones, I've even used them. You can clip on to like your existing wires, your existing panel. It can show you what each item is using in your home and anywhere. Like a couple $100. It's cheap. These ones for a larger building are a little more in depth, and we want to see that okay. To the hour, minute, even second, almost in real time, I want to know where the building is using my energy. And if I can analyze how it's using it or misusing it, I can optimize its energy usage by plugging it into what's called a building automation system, and then actually use that to optimize how the building is using its energy every day and not wasting it. Because historically in North America, we stink at using buildings' electricity and energy and gas like near the design case efficiency. And it's such a shame to put all this money in up front and for it not to perform. So this is an absolute no-brainer. It's a low-hanging fruit to make sure you're getting a bang for your buck out of the systems you install. Refrigerants are the next one. Um, if you don't know what they are, they're liquid that stay as a liquid for a wide range of temperatures, and they're often in heat pumps. So heat pumps, essentially you send the refrigerant one way to send heat out of the building in the summer and bring heat into the building in the winter. I can send you a video of how heat pumps work, or you can just YouTube it. It's quite simple. There's a condenser and evaporator on one side, and the refrigerant essentially carries heat in and out of the building. That's what you need to know for LEED. Historically, though, refrigerants are horrible for the environment because they have a high ozone depletion potential, meaning they leak and then they hang out in our ozone and deplete our atmospheric ozone. They also have a high global warming potential. When they're inefficient, you need to burn more fossil fuels for more energy, for more cycles, and that creates more carbon emissions. Chlorofluorocarbons were the most popular, and I'm sure y'all have heard of one called Freon. Freon is almost solely responsible for the holes in our ozone. It's bad. And that's why it's being banned since 2010 on any new building. And that's all the prerequisite says for LEED. It says no CFCs, which in North America, it's easy because we've signed and many countries have signed onto the Montreal Protocol, which banned it in 2010, and we automatically comply with this in North America. In 2030, HCFCs are being phased out. They're a little bit lower ODP, but they're not great. And what we all use today is HFCs, R410A, R32 is a new popular one, HFC 134A. These are all refrigerants that are predominantly used in ACs and heat pumps. Halocarbons are another type of refrigerant in our fire suppression systems. And there's also natural refrigerants like air and water. Here in Toronto, and Chicago does this too, it's called the N-Wave deep water cooling system, where we both are on the Great Lakes. And so we pump very deep cold water through parts of the downtown core to provide cooling for the buildings, which is pretty cool. That's it for refrigerants. Pretty easy here. It's banned CFCs for a long time, so automatically we comply with this prerequisite in North America. And there's also an additional point for using no harmful refrigerants or no refrigerants at all and just cooling with air or water naturally, passive ventilation. And look, in the Northeast, this ain't easy. I've watched the temperature go up and down 30 degrees in 10 hours here. Like, it's very unpredictable. But in the West Coast, I look at San Francisco and I've been in buildings there on campuses that have no mechanical HVAC system. Maybe they just have an air handler unit to push air and they're able to naturally ventilate because it's always sweater weather. Lucky them. But this one is very difficult in my region. And those were 4 prerequisites with 4 corresponding credits. Any questions? I see a couple here. If each 2 points are awarded on a cost saving basis, are the percents of energy performance in the table percentage savings or percentage energy reductions? And we are looking at here is, so the part of the reason why we're talking about cost savings is because in most places, right, we have time of use. So if you're able to design the building such that maybe you are freezing ice overnight and using the energy when it's cheap at night and then melting that ice for cooling, we want to reward you for it. And so for that reason, it's based on your percentage of cost savings related to your energy reduction. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that in a moment. So now we just have 3 lonesome credits. First one being a demand response program. This chart, in my opinion, this graph is, I think, our biggest challenge today in the energy side of things. We love using energy at the exact same time right now. It's the heat of the summer day. Everyone's cranking their AC. We're all doing stuff, consuming energy. And what happens when these peaks get too high is we have to turn on these peaker plants, which are good for one reason. They have a quick startup time and they meet our demand right away. They're also the most polluting, inefficient, and expensive ways to generate energy, and we should never use them if we can avoid it. Okay, so a solution you all might be thinking about is, all right, Lauren, what did you say? You thought froze. You just said this. Generate a bunch of energy over here and store it and use it on peak and flatten out this curve, and you can save a lot of money and a lot of carbon emissions. You're right. That is the solution. However, you probably are also aware that energy storage is still a mystery to us. There's plenty of smart people working on it, but getting a cost and a roundabout efficiency that makes it sensible is not, we're not there yet. I think the best way is still the original way, which is pump water up a hill at night, run it down the hill to turn a turbine during the day. But if you create one, call me, let's become billionaires together. But while you're working on that, why not just start by just trying to etch away, lower this peak so we don't have to turn on the peaker plants as frequently. And we do that in a demand response program. So listen to this. I own this building and you are my utility provider. We sign a contract that says during those super hot August days when everyone's cranking up the ACs and peak, you can send my building a signal called a demand response event. And my building has to be automated and receive that signal and shed 10% of its energy demand for 2 hours. And this isn't a crazy ask. You could turn off a decorative feature you don't need, open or close windows, dim lights, just up the temperature on the thermostat by 1 degree for 2 hours. Your people will be fine in there for 2 hours and 1 degree warmer. And that's it. And if enough people do this, well, you don't have to turn on the peaker plant. And not only do we get 2 points for doing this, get this, you pay me to do it. Just think about this for a second. Can you name me an industry in the world where you are the producer and seller of a product or service? I'm the consumer, and you're paying the consumer to use less of the product you're selling? Like, how counterintuitive is that? But what it speaks to is even the utility, the energy providers, they get it. They know how much more expensive it is to turn on a peaker plant or, forbid, build a whole new facility than it is just to ask everybody to use a little less for a couple hours. And I think this thing should be mandatory because honestly, if everyone did it, we could probably kick the can down the road by 10 years to not need to build another nuclear coal renewable facility. And by then, maybe we'll have a viable storage technique. So I talked about that a lot because I like this credit. It makes so much sense to me, but it really delays a big problem and gives us a chance to figure it out. Renewables. Everybody likes renewables. They're flashy. They're pretty. You can see them. This is on-site renewable energy, though. That's what this credit's all about. On-site renewable energy. So let's say I have a PV panel on this rooftop here. It's a sunny day, but it's Saturday. I'm the only one here using energy, and it's generating more than I'm using. What do I do with it? We just said it's not good to store energy. The best way to use generated energy is fast. So most places have smart grids or net metering where you have the ability to sell the electricity back to the grid and it goes to the closest demand nearby. Maybe that's me. Okay? So what I'm thinking about here is how it's calculated is again based on cost saving. If I sell $10,000 worth of electricity back to the grid, and our energy model said that our building uses $100,000 of energy, that 10,000 over 100,000 will give me 10% and 3 points. Okay, so this is only dealing with on-site generated renewable energy because we're also rewarded. Oh, here's a big PV panel that I worked on 10, 15 years ago before I started traveling and teaching, and now I look like this. Thank you. Green power and carbon offsets is our next one. I'm tired of getting my power from that coal plant, and I'm even willing to pay an extra cent per kilowatt hour to get my energy from a renewable supply. A Green E certified supplier. So no Green E, that's just a standard that says, yep, that's a wind farm. Yep, that's a solar PV array offsite. And by paying an extra cent per kilowatt hour, yes, it's more expensive, but I'm getting it from renewables, giving them more money, more research and development, hopefully a bigger piece of the pie that is an oil and gas monopoly of our grid. But what if we're in New York City? We are simply not close enough to a renewable supply. There is no wind farm in Manhattan, but I still want to get or contribute to renewables and the industry as a whole. What do? Well, you can buy a renewable energy certificate, which is a tradable commodity. I'm just going to explain how that works with a picture. So we're in New York. We have to get it from coal. But then there's this building in Oklahoma, and they're near a coal plant and a wind farm. We want the wind, but we're too far away. So when you buy a renewable energy certificate, in the background, somewhere, this is happening. Hey, Oklahoma, I'll pay the extra cent per kilowatt hour for you to now use the wind, but stop using the coal, and you can still pay for my cheaper coal. So yes, everybody, I know I'm not directly using the wind myself, but on the grand scheme of things, I am offsetting somebody who would have otherwise been using coal. You're doing the same good for the planet is how you should look at this. Okay? And those are ways of mitigating scope 2 emissions, which are indirect emissions from offsite. How about on-site emissions? I told you we burn carbon on site for natural gas, for heating and boiling. And where we try to combat that is simply carbon offsets. A carbon offset says, hey, organization, take my money, plant a forest, do a carbon capture technique, and reduce carbon levels equal to what I'm producing. Okay. Listen, honestly, I keep this one in my back pocket because if we lose a point unexpectedly, the owner comes in, oh, Lauren, we lost a point. Now we have 49 points. I need one more point. I say, okay, give me $7,000. We'll buy an REC. I'm not here to buy points. This is a kind of a safety net last resort, and it's one of the only few that you can do like so. Any questions for energy? Could you please explain the point range? Yes. Let's go here. So pretty much if you're at 50% of your energy comes from a green power or carbon offset, you get 1 point. If you're 100% offset and 100% green power, 2 points. That's all. This one is based on the percentage instead of the actual cost. As a reminder, though, I'm happy to answer those questions, but they will not be on the exam. No point-related questions are on the exam other than the couple that I talked about, all the big picture ones. I do include every point per option in the textbook that I'll show you, but remember, that's on the AP exam, not the Green Associate. Carbon offsets, yeah, it's pretty much you are paying. There's a lot of companies, like I think Bullfrog Power might do it. There's a lot of companies that do carbon capture techniques. So there's many different ways, whether it's just planting trees or doing one of the more advanced carbon capture technologies that I'm not even familiar with all the new ones out there now. And it's simply if I am generating this amount of emissions on size and use of my hot water tank or my gas from my stoves or gas from whatever other appliances or furnace, I need to purchase that amount of carbon offsets to equally get rid of the amount of carbon. You're pretty much just trying to nullify emissions that your building is responsible for producing in the world. Good questions, everyone. Our next one, we're going to do a short category and then we'll take a break. So please pay attention to this category. This category is the one that people have the hardest time with because it's not that logical, unfortunately. So we're going to get into it though. Caitlin says, could you explain why someone generating renewable energy would want to help another facility source their renewable? Wouldn't it mean they source non-renewable energy even if it comes with some money? Essentially, they don't even know where their energy is coming from. You're not helping them out. Like they're not doing anything right. They're not doing anything good in that Oklahoma example. This is you don't think about this too much. It's like I'm paying for somebody somewhere who would have otherwise been using coal. Now they're getting it from wind, but they don't even know that. We're just making sure that it's happening somewhere so that even though because we're not close enough to a renewable ourselves. For that, I'm happy to send a little more information on renewable energy certificates because like you can make a course on that, but I just try to simplify it because you really don't need to know even as much as what I've explained. Other than that, it's a credit option. So here, this category is kind of like the life cycle assessment of the products that we're using in the building. So where do they come from? How are they made? How are they extracted from the ground? What happens during their use? Where do they go at the end of their life? That's this category, the life cycle of the building and products within it. Storage and collection of recyclables are First prerequisite, and it's a very easy one. If you want occupants to recycle throughout the life of the building, make it easy for them to do so. Have a designated area for them to recycle paper, cardboard, glass, plastics, metals. I don't care if it's commingled in one big blue bin or separated bins like we see down here. And two of those hazardous items, a place to recycle batteries, electronics, mercury containing lamps. Most places do this anyway, right? But now you have to for the prerequisite. If you want people to recycle, make it easy for them to do so. Easy prerequisite. Next prerequisite, construction and demolition waste management. I am looking at the makeup of our landfills, and parts of the US, 40% of landfills are filled with construction debris. Whether you're building a new building or destroying an old one to replace it, you make a lot of junk no matter what. And in this prerequisite, I'm just asking you to at least tell me your plan of where the garbage is going. Identify your top 5 waste materials. Tell me how you're going to recycle it, separate or commingled, and what the diversion rates are away from the landfill. However, this is just the plan. You can send everything to the landfill for this prerequisite. I just want you to tell me where it's going. The whole idea is that making the plan is half the battle. So if you've already made the plan, why not divert 50% of the waste to 3 different waste streams? And we don't care too much where it goes. We just don't want it to go to the landfill. Potentially recycle it, donate it to Habitat for Humanity, sell it in the reuse market, reuse it on the new building that you're replacing the old building with. All good options to divert waste from the landfill. And it's measured by weight or volume. Please write that down. I had a question about that on the exam last week. How is waste measured? And it's by weight or volume, so that's an easy one now. Now, this is an example of me painfully calculating this, adding up all the cubic yards of wood and concrete and metal recycled. This all went to the landfill, and simply I added up the amount of recycled goods divided by the total waste, and we got our waste diverted down below. Okay. Now this 15 years ago, like this was hard. You got to do a lot of legwork for it. Nowadays, LEED has become so popular that most waste haulers are set up for this, and they'll send you this, and makes our life a lot easier. So that's one that has gotten a lot easier over time. Okay, so that's construction waste. We had a prerequisite and a credit to deal with that, and now we're going to move into probably the hardest credit in the whole ball game. It's called building life cycle impact reduction. We buy a plot of land, there's a building on it. Question, can I reuse parts of that building on the building I'm replacing it with? Yes. Intent, why not try and reduce the amount of waste you don't have to haul away and the amount of virgin materials you don't need to buy if they're already here to use? Okay, that's it. If you can reuse parts of the building that are already here, you save money and energy associated with waste and new materials. And there are 4 options to do it. The first option only applies to a historically designated building. And for that one, you're following your municipality, whoever designates it a historic building, exactly what you need to maintain, and that you'll get 5 points for doing so. But it only applies to historic buildings. Our next one is an abandoned or blighted building. If you see the word blighted, you don't know what that means, like just think of it as abandoned. It's like a synonym. Like New Orleans has like 40,000 blighted buildings that could be used. Here, how would an abandoned, manufacturing facility, let's say, we buy it, we analyze it. I'm like, wait a second, the foundation is solid, the structure is solid. Let's reuse parts of this abandoned factory. Good idea. Why knock it down completely? But that's only for abandoned buildings. And the third option is the only one I've personally worked with. The third option is building and material reuse. Building and material reuse. Split it up into two parts. This is the most flexible one. It says, hey, what structural elements can you reuse? From the framing, walls, roof, floors, non-structural like floor coverings, drop ceilings, doors. And based on the surface area of each of those items you can reuse, the higher the percentage of surface area reuse, the more points you're going to get. This is the hardest credit. It's not easy to reuse parts of an old building and get what you want out of the new building. I've done it a couple times, but it was with very good teams and everybody was on board and knew what they needed to do to even get 2 points. Now, the fourth option can be applied to any building. It's this ISO 14044 study. It's like a cradle to grave analysis. And essentially, it's a report that you have to produce that shows how the building reduces 3 of these 6 impact categories, which you don't need to memorize, but you should just know in general. If you're in this industry, these are good terms to know. Global warming potential, you should know that's bad. We don't want to contribute to it. We don't want to deplete our ozone. We talked about those. The level of acidification in our atmosphere on our planet. Eutrophication is like algae blooms killing sea life. Tropospheric ozone, bad. Non-renewable energy depletion. We don't want it to contribute to those things. And you pretty much have to describe how your building does not contribute to these items. Okay, we're going to switch mindsets now. And this is where people get tripped up. These 3 credits are not logical. They're taken as a matter of fact. Okay, this is where people do the worst on the exam. So when you are studying, read up on this, research it if you need to. Email me if you have questions. This is not a lot of material, but it's where everybody does the worst because it's not fun. But I'll make it fun, maybe. So, building product disclosure and optimization. That is the umbrella of the next 3 credits. And this umbrella, why it's unique, is it's not our responsibility. The responsibility is on the manufacturer. It is our responsibility to keep up the demand for LEED buildings so that builders, contractors, developers continually keep up the demand for these sustainably curated and created products. So the responsibility is on the manufacturers to extract and create these products in a sustainable way. And then it's the builder's responsibility to find those products, buy and use them. Okay. Now, the way that the points work on these credits, it's based on a dollar value. So just for our life, doing our life easy, we're just gonna say all of our materials cost $100,000, okay? This number only includes permanently installed materials, and MEP and furniture are optional. MEP standing for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, MEP. The reason that's optional is there's one elevator in this building, which is like 60 grand. That's such a high percentage of the 100 grand, we might not want to use it. There's also a factor called location valuation factor that embeds in the next 3 credits. Because, listen, we love chopping down trees in North America, shipping them halfway across the world to manufacture, and then shipping them all the way back here to buy and use. The transportation emissions when we do so are immense. Let's locally source our materials instead, which is defined as extracting and manufacturing and purchasing them within 100 miles. That way, you're reducing transportation emissions, most importantly, and also supporting your local economy. And so if I'm in Toronto, I can chop down a tree in Buffalo, ship it to Rochester to manufacture, back to Peterborough to buy it, and then use it in Toronto. Thus, you're keeping it in that 100-mile radius. It has to be all 3 of them, which is a common question on the exam. What does location valuation factor entail? And it's not extracted, manufactured, or purchased. It has to be all of them. It has to be all of them. That's the key here, okay? Now, those materials will be worth twice their value, 200%. Because when they're worth more as a percentage of this $100,000 figure, they'll contribute to points faster. I'll show you how it works. So our first one is called EPDs, Environmental Product Declarations, which you've probably never even heard of. Environmental Product Declaration, EPDs. This is a manufacturer's responsibility to sustainably make the product from cradle to gate. Cradle refers to after the raw material is extracted and until it leaves the factory's gate. During this time frame, I want to make sure manufacturers try to reduce emissions to air, soil, water, waste generated, chemicals used. That's what I want. But this is not our responsibility. The manufacturer has to follow and comply with the requirements of the EPD. And we don't care the details of the EPD. That's on them. What we got to do is buy 20 products from 5 manufacturers that's stamped with EPDs. And listen, you don't need to know these numbers. I'm just giving you an idea of the amount of products to meet this credit. But there's always a cost-based option. So the first option was a product count based. The second option is a cost based. So 50% by cost, or in our example, $50,000, or only $25,000 if it's all sourced, because then it'd be worth double, right? Because of the location valuation factor we just talked about, 25 turns into 50. Need to come with a report from the manufacturer that shows how they were able to reduce 3 of these 6 same impact categories that we had last credit. So again, this is really on the manufacturer's own. The onus is on them. Next credit is sourcing of raw materials, which instead of an EPD, we ask for a corporate sustainability report that verifies how the raw material in that product was extracted. Did we clear cut the forest or selectively cut it to manage it properly? Did we strip mine and destroy the ecosystem or remediate the mine after we extracted our raw material? And again, it's 20 products from 5 manufacturers stamped with that corporate sustainability report. And sourcing of raw materials, option 2 looks at the cost base. Again, 25%, or in our case, $25,000 of our materials must comply with one of these standards. Let's take a look. Extended producer responsibility. Maybe you're my battery supplier. I buy your batteries, I use them in my building equipment, but they die. We agreed though, you'll take them back, replace them, and recharge them to sell elsewhere, extending their life. Bio-based materials are encouraged, not including skin or hide. There are 2 wood certifications that are accepted in LEED. Forest Stewardship Council Wood and Sustainable Forestry Initiative. Both of them come with a chain of custody certificate, just making sure nothing harmful was done to that wood in the process. Most lumber I've ever seen in North America these days are certified under one of those 2. Materials reuse is the next one. Maybe the building down the road is getting knocked down and I can buy all of their doors and use them as doors in mine and salvage them and refinish them. Good idea. And recycled content, 2 kinds. Post-consumer, that's like what we're used to, the blue bin. Use it, orange jug, orange juice, whatever, milk carton, recycle. Pre-consumer is excess or damaged goods. Like if someone makes a mistake in the factory and a bunch of excess something, don't throw it out. Reuse it in a similar process or a different process altogether. We prefer post-consumer to pre-consumer content because post was actually used for its intended purpose. And lastly is all about materials and ingredients, which caused a lot of drama when version 4 came out. And in fact, this credit delayed version 4 like 2 years because manufacturers didn't want to be more transparent about how they were making their products and what they were using, because probably they weren't using some of the best materials, right? And so then the American Chemical Association sat down with the US Green Building Council and they came together and said, okay, fine. Here are 10 different standards that you can choose to follow to report your ingredients to a high level of accuracy. The reason being, I want to know what I'm installing in my building and what people are going to be exposed to. Option 2 is ingredient optimization, and not just tell me what you're using, avoid using these different chemicals that are listed here. And there's another option for the whole supply chain, kind of like the ESG, the S in the ESG, and just making sure nothing environmentally harmful was done during the process of making that product through the entire supply chain. Out of all these credits, I would like you to, oh, sorry, all these standards, I would like you to know green screen, please. That's the one that is most important. Green screen is the most important here. And that's it for materials and resources. Again, please do some research on this if you're confused by anything. Focus on it. It's the least fun, but it's where everybody does the worst on the exam. And it's not a big category. It's just you got to learn it. You don't even know these credits. I just want to show you how LEED tries to stay up and current, like during COVID when they made a few pilot credits that you had an option to do, like disinfecting your workspace, re-entering your workspace, building water system recommissioning, because when we locked down, if you remember, all these buildings were full of water for like a month stagnant, and that can really damage the water systems. You don't need to know those. You do need to know this though. This is a good summary of the biggest standards in materials and resources and our next category. What I'm showing you here is LEED operations and maintenance. Remember the existing building retrofit rating system? They have a neat credit. It's about green cleaning. So for all the custodial and janitorial services, it's just making sure you're using environmentally friendly cleaning products. That's it. And I've seen a question on the exam say, what standards are green cleaning covered by? And Eco Logo and EPA Safer Choice are why I've put these here, just so you know them. And I also, you don't even know this, I just want to show you how some of the market adaptations differ. So this is an example of a credit that is unique to hospitals only. Hospitals change their needs a lot over time. Demographics around the hospital, technologies, new diseases. If you can design that building to adapt and be flexible to change its needs over time, that's great. So things like maybe don't build a full vegetated roof on top because you can never expand on above it. Maybe you can oversize your hallways and use modular equipment, and perhaps you could like expand the ICU. Perhaps you could expand the ICU if there was another, pandemic or disaster, um, and save lives. So you don't need to know these credits. I just need you to understand that schools, hospitals, data centers, they all just have a few unique credits pertaining to their own building type. Okay. Now we're going to take a break. We did start a little late, so I'm running a little behind, but that's okay. It's an ugly day outside and everybody seems to be from the north here, so you're not missing out on much. The most important stuff I'll be done by like 5:40, 5:45. So, in an hour and a bit. And then I encourage everybody to stay to do a 25 question practice exam, but if you can't, that's okay. So right now we're going to take, do you mind if we just do 15, 20 minutes break here? I know it's a lot of info, yeah? So we'll come back to 450 here, and just to answer that question, these are the two standards to know: Eco Logo and EPA Safer Choice. So I'm just going to type 15-ish minute break. Come back at 4:50 EST. Thank you very much for sticking with me. Yeah, grab some food. I'll probably start a couple minutes after that. And thank you for your attention. I'm just going to pause recording. All right. So we are going to dive into this idea about if you analyze an office building, just imagine yourself and say it's costs a couple bucks per square foot per year for the energy to actually run it. Maybe 20 bucks per square foot per year for the rent of that space. But the people, If you added up all the salaries and the benefits of the humans inside, took that big number of salaries value and divided by the floor area, you're paid over $300 per square foot per year in salaries and benefits. What I'm trying to get at is we are the most valuable part of the building. 10 times more valuable than rent, 100 times more valuable than energy. So, where do we come into play in this sustainability discussion? Indoor environmental quality, our next major category. And this talks about our comfort and our health in the place. Because look, if we're paying so much money for people to perform at a high level, I better set up this place to get the highest level of productivity and best quality of work out of my employees. And the way that we can help ensure that as builders and designers by having a healthy, comfortable, breathable indoor environmental quality so everyone's happy. Because we spend a whopping 90% of our life indoors, which is brutal. And indoor pollutants are much higher than the outdoors. A densely occupied space, for those who don't know, is a space which has 25 people or more in a 1,000 square foot area. VOC, or volatile organic compound, these are bad chemicals in paints and adhesives, and they off gas and pollute our indoor air quality. There's also different types of spaces in a building. Like if we were together in a classroom or an office, that would be regularly occupied space, whereas the bathroom or mechanical room is not regularly occupied. And I'll show you how some different spaces have different requirements as we go through this category. Okay. There's a couple prerequisites though that are quite easy. This one's in most building codes now, like no smoking in the building, within 25 feet of doors, windows, air intakes. Whoops. That's this one we'll do first. I want to talk about this one first. So yeah, no smoking in the building, 25 feet, windows, doors, air. And have signs to say that's not allowed. You don't want the smoke coming into the building, of course. If it is a residential building and you're allowing smoking in like the condo or apartment units, that's fine. You just have to weather strip the door to the hallway, and the hallway has to be at a positive pressure. And what that does is minimize any leak from each unit into common space and elsewhere. So that's in a lot of building codes anyway. The other prerequisite is minimum indoor air quality performance. And this was talked a lot about during COVID, about increasing the air changes per hour, getting stale air out and fresh air in. That's this. And ASHRAE 62.1 is our second big ASHRAE standard, which just tells us how much fresh air to bring in. It says, if you have this many people and this amount of square footage, this is the amount of cubic feet of air, fresh air per minute to bring in. If you're naturally ventilating, like in San Francisco with openings, there's another chapter that says how big to make the openings, where to put the opening to get enough fresh air in that way. And that is our last prerequisite of the day. Everything from now on is a credit. That's our last prerequisite, and the next credit kind of continues on with that prerequisite of enhanced indoor air quality strategies. So have these grates or mats at each entrance to get salt in the winter and other contaminants off your feet from coming in. Exhaust contaminated spaces, and you're like, if you've been in an office, your photocopier or like the plotter room, it's stuffy in there. So get a dedicated exhaust like you would have in a bathroom to get that out of there. And MERV is just a filter rating system. You can see it on even your filters you put in your furnace. The higher the MERV rating, the fresher the air is going to be cycling. So all three of those for 1 point, and an extra point if you do one of these 4 items, like modeling the air quality. Don't just tell me that the whole building gets enough fresh air. I want to know that each space is also getting enough fresh air, and our energy modeling software can help us show that. Or increase ventilation, bring in 30% more fresh air than ASHRAE 62.1 mandated. But wait a second. That means we're exhausting 30% more treated air that we've already heated and cooled. That's a lot more fresh air to heat or cool. This is a trade-off, right? Now we look at the energy credits and we're like, ooh, that might hurt us there. So that's what I mentioned earlier. A synergy is when a green roof, for example, could contribute to 5 credits. A trade-off is when one strategy might help one credit, but can make another credit harder. And the people that I've seen have the easiest time on the exam, and not everyone gets to this level of understanding, but if you're at this level, you are going to do fine. Even if you don't get there, it's fine. But if you can just imagine a strategy that you can do on a building, anything we've talked about so far, anything you'll read about, and just close your eyes and think like, which of these credits will be affected positively or negatively? That's how I know people really understand everything in LEED. You don't have to get there, but if you find yourself in that level of understanding, I am happy to hear that. We'll talk about how to know when you're ready for the exam in a moment. So maybe you can do both credits here though, and it might not hurt your energy credit. There's ERVs, HRVs, energy and heat recovery ventilation systems, which simply cross the exhausted air with the fresh air in a box essentially, and you can recover a bunch of that heat. Very simple, and adds a little fresh air to it. It's up to you, your budget, the design, and then what the owner really wants. Carbon dioxide monitors or alarms in case there's way too much fresh air or too little fresh air. Tell the building operator something's misbehaving. Low emitting materials is our next one. This is very similar to what we did in materials and resources. Okay. Essentially, if there's a product being used that is going to be exposed to the people inside of it, we want to have a chemical content cap on that. And so out of all these standards, there are 3 that I want you to know here. Green Seal, Green Label, and South Coast Air Quality Management District, which I've highlighted here in green, are VOC content limits for paints and adhesives. And I'll let you get a mental image of that in your head. You should also know the term formaldehyde. You've smelt it before. We don't like formaldehyde in our products. It's another off-gassing chemical. And this is just a document of how I submitted what complies, which products comply with what standard, or if they don't comply with that standard, right? As I said before, as the public needs to demand LEED buildings so that LEED builders can demand these healthy products that are sustainable products, or else nobody's going to make them. And if you're a small supplier, even of a specialized paint, and you're not complying with some of these items, you are missing 30% of the market potentially, because in most major cities in North America, 30% of new major buildings are going for LEED. And so that's kind of how the trickle down sustainability push works, from the public's demand to the owners and developers building, to the engineers and architects designing and constructing, to the suppliers and manufacturers making the products. And that's how LEED can really touch on so many different industries. That was well said. Anyway, construction indoor air quality management plan. Here we have the mess inside the building during construction. We remember we had a prerequisite that dealt with the mess around the building. Inside the building is an even bigger mess usually. And what we look at doing here is simple. We want to follow the Sheet Metal and Air Conditioning National Contractor Association SMACNA's guidelines for air quality during construction, asking us to do some pretty logical things, like our HVAC protection. HVAC ducts aren't installed last, they're installed early on, but you don't use them until you're done. So wrap them up. I don't want anything going in there. Scheduling, know when your contaminating activities are happening and plan around it. Source control, raise your materials, protect their absorptive surfaces, and just general good housekeeping and pathway interruption, which once again, any half-decent construction manager or general contractor would do anyway. But now you get a point for it. And everybody, these are my beautiful pictures. Thank you. Um, Part of my job as the unbiased lead consultant is I'm going on site and making sure these were done right. And I remember I saw uh, a filter was ripped in there. And I need to say, hey, general contractor, fix it and show that they did. So for the most part, construction-based credits like this, here's the plan. Here's the pictures proving that we executed the plan. That's how construction credits are done. How about once we've built the building, but before people have moved in? This should potentially be the time when the air is the freshest it might ever be again. And you ensure that is the case by doing a full building flush out. A full building flush out. You pump fresh air to the entirety of the building and you get any lingering contaminants up on out of here. Or if that's going to take too long, because flushing out a big building can take days, you can actually test each space with an air quality monitor in between your breathing zone and only flush out the contaminated item or the contaminated spaces. Now, so far in this half of the category, all we really talked about is like the breathability and how fresh the air is. Any questions here before we move on to the other half of the category? Take a minute. Let's go into the environmental comfort. Look, if you're too hot or cold in the space, like looking at people wearing winter jackets in the summertime inside an office it kills me. So to ensure that there's a high potential of being comfortable, we follow our third big ASHRAE standard, ASHRAE 55. All ASHRAE 55 says is I need the walls R value to be this good in conjunction with your HVAC being this efficient. If you have a decent insulator wall and a decent HVAC, you have a good shot at being thermally comfortable. Now, to be honest, ASHRAE 55 has been code in like Title 24 in California for years. And some of these ASHRAE standards have been embedded into the codes. And people, there's some people I know in the sustainability industry that don't think LEED does enough. And I agree in parts of it, but it's also a great starting point for people that wouldn't have done anything and just complied with the code. And for those people, what they agree with me on is LEED is a perfect testing ground, right? It tests out all of these different ideas and techniques and technologies and standards. And then building codes in cities, provinces, states, they can look and they can say, okay, what do we like out of this? What do we think is going to be most effective to mandate in code? And then they use it. So that alone makes LEED super valuable as like a testing ground for codes to improve. And as codes catch up to LEED, LEED gets raised, push the envelope, and so on. And that's probably the biggest value to LEED in my opinion. Not on the exam, just my thoughts. So Azure 55 compliance is half the credit. The other half of the credit is control. Because if your hot is different than my hot, give me some ability to control it in the space, which you can do through an operable window or the typical one, just a basic thermostat. Okay. And please know, I guarantee at least one of these will come up on your exam. ASHRAE 90.1, we established our energy baseline and optimized energy performance. ASHRAE 62.1 was our ventilation rate. 55 is thermal comfort. And I just want to share that ASHRAE has their own overall rating system for buildings, but it's more energy centric and it's called 189.1. And I need you to know those They'll be the easiest questions on your exam if you do. Lighting. I want to control how hot or cool I am? Sure. I also want to control how much light I have at my desk. Look at how easy this is. If you're in an office like our imaginary building is, have a task light at each cubicle's desk, and that's it. Done. Or in a residential building, you can see I'm labeling and marking off my light switches and making sure there's enough of them on my electrical drawings. So that is a very easy point for lighting control. You have an additional point option, lighting quality, which ain't easy. It's new to version 4. Essentially, LEED says, I don't want there to be too much direct overhead lighting, glaring off reflective surfaces, annoying everybody. I don't want that light out today, this one next week. Too much light there, no light over here. I want a consistent amount of light in the space using long-lasting bulbs like LEDs, which mimics soft, natural daylight. And for this one, you usually need a pretty good lighting designer for it because it is an in-depth model that you have to submit. So it's 1 point for control, another point for quality, and I mentioned the word daylight. Daylight is one of my favorite things in a building. If I'm in a room and I don't have to turn a light switch on, I am visibly a happier person, and I bet most of you are too. Even when it was snowing all day today, it's a gray sky. I just had to turn the light on for the last hour of the class, and you saw the window. It's a little 2x3 window, and it provides plenty of light for this room. Like, this is a funny stat. If you had a PV panel on the rooftop generating electricity, you took that electricity from the sun, lit up a light bulb, you're taking light to light energy at efficiency of 5% pretty much. A window is bringing light at, I don't know, 100%. It's coming right in. But glass, oh, glass, good or bad? Feel the window right now. It's winter. What do you think is colder, the window or the wall beside it? I'll bet you the window is. Glass is the absolute worst insulating building material we could ever build with. If you've seen Toronto's skyline, unfortunately, we went through this massive building boom in the last 20 years during this fad of glass obsession, floor to ceiling, corner to corner glass boxes. Ugh, ugly. Why are we building like this if glass is such a bad insulator? Simple. Architects love it because it gives you these big, wide panoramic views, which even your feet need to see all day, every day for some reason. But that's not the real reason. The real reason is glass is one of the cheapest building materials. It's cheap, it's light, it's easy to throw up a curtain wall of glass. You don't need skilled laborers like masons. It's fast and light. But as an insulator, even the triple glazed, argon filled, whatever, doesn't come close to a basic wall's insulating property. So, what do? You need to design with that in mind. Figure out what type of window belongs on what wall and at what window to wall ratio, such that you're still allowing daylight in to offset artificial needs like I am here, and also maintaining the integrity of the building envelope's ability to insulate the building. That balance is called building science, and it's something that I focused on in my studies, and it's something that we stink at in this glass-obsessed society, and I think we're going to pay for it in 20 years when those buildings are leaking a lot. Like, glass is a bad insulator. The millions and millions of dollars that they have to spend for these buildings on hyper-efficient HVAC systems just to keep up with the loss of heat from glass boxes is nuts. There's better ways to build with the same amount of views, but that's just me. On a lighter note, that's funny, thank you. Our energy models have gotten really good at daylight simulation. So like based on where you're located and the orientation of the building, it will tell you what gets daylight when, or you can physically measure it after the building is constructed and see how much light you get in different spaces. With daylight, the next one is logically views. If I am stuck inside for 90% of my life, at least give me a nice view to the snowstorm right now today. But I only care about regularly occupied space. I don't care if there's a view in the mechanical room. I want a view here where I'm spending my day. And I actually care what I look at now in version 4. So a brick wall 3 feet away, like you have in Manhattan, that's not a view. I don't want to look at that. Everyone not look. What is that? Not a view. I want to see people, activity, nature, the sky, trees, multiple objects in my conical vision, which is a view factor of 3, which you don't really know about. But just give me something to look at, not a brick wall. And this is how you envision it. This is how you show it. You imagine yourself standing in every part of the building, and if you have a direct line of sight to the outdoors or not, which everywhere it does in this glass box pretty much, except for this interior boardroom that has no exterior walls. Now, acoustical performance. This comes from the school's credit, but market adaptation, but now it's everywhere. Look, if we were in a classroom together and you could not hear what I'm saying, that is not a very good learning environment, right? I don't want to hear the HVAC buzzing, outdoor sounds interrupting me, my voice bouncing off all the walls, interrupting what I say next. I want to use surfaces with a high, coated with a high noise reduction coefficient. And what that means is it absorbs sound instead of reverberates it back. Okay? In your lecture halls, you can see um, noise reducing panels along the walls, and that's like the most extreme case. In offices, they didn't used to work, but now they do. In like a big open office concept, either in the drop ceiling or in the floor, I use white noise diffusers that just stops sound from, like, I don't want to hear my boss screaming on the phone or whatever. Um, just a high quality sound affects our indoor environmental quality, affects our productivity, our quality of work, quality of life. That's what all of these credits come back to, really. And believe it or not, everybody, we just went through 100 points. Got them all? We have 10 bonus points now. Okay. But first, some passive techniques. I know some people might not be familiar with natural ventilation. So where would the cold air come from on a spring or fall day where it's not too hot? We always come out, get the cold air from the north side of the building, right? The north facade is the cold side of our buildings. Because the sun, whether it's in the summer, it shines on a high southern tilt, or in the winter, it's a low winter tilt like right now. So that's why I have overhangs on my south facade to block the unwanted heat from the high-angled summer sun, but give me free solar heat gain, free heating from the winter sun when we want it the most. These light shelves reflect the light deeper into the floor plate here. Don't have too much western-facing windows, because when the sun rises in the winter, this happens. Heats up our building in the east. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Then setting in the west, I've seen buildings get too hot when it's negative whatever outside, and turning on air conditioners to deal with it. It's not a secret that the sun shines in a similar place every day. Take it into account when we design. Anyway, good talk. Here are our first 6 bonus points with 4 ways to get them in innovation and design. The first of which is called innovative performance, which I briefly mentioned. If I'm doing something on my building and I'm like, this is good stuff, this is good for the environment, economy, and or society, but I'm not getting any points for it. I deserve points for it. You can make up your own credit. Make up your own credit. So one that I like to do, especially on like university campuses or high schools, even wherever, is using the building as a teaching tool. So like a real credit, give it its intent. I'm trying to enlighten the tenants, informing them of how much energy and water they're using with the goal of conscious reduction. And the basis of this is the Prius effect. And what are the requirements of that? I have a smart TV in the lobby that you can interact with, and it shows you real-time energy usage data. And the whole idea here is the Toyota Prius was the first hybrid that showed you when you were using gas versus battery. And people were consciously lighter on the pedal and eased in instead of accelerating quickly because it used less gas and it showed you. And the same idea is here. If I know how much energy I'm using, I'm going to be more cautious of it. Water, same. And I also had like cutouts of the drywall that showed some of the energy recovery ventilation system, and a signage of how different ideas met LEED credits. And that was a good idea. I like that one. It's fun. And similarly to a real credit, the one you make up has to be quantifiable. You have to be able to measure its merit, comprehensive like a real credit, and transferable and repeatable. Just because it worked on my building, what's stopping you from trying it out on yours as well? So that's, you're pretty much making up your own credit. The one thing that the one we used to do a lot, or we still do a lot, it's pretty lame. You know the green cleaning credit we talked about? Well, yeah, I just take that, I copy it, and I say, okay, yeah, that's in the O&M. It's technically out of our rating system. We're just going to apply it to a new building, and technically that is one way to do it as well. But that's just kind of lame. If you've never heard of these websites, check them out. You've heard of the USGBC now. They have all the good LEED examples. GBIG, the Green Building Information Gateway, is awesome. I get lost on it all the time. It has like every green building on the planet kind of described. It's really fun. And LEED User, for those who want some extra knowledge on each credit, just for their own sake, it's a great forum. Pretty much every credit has a forum. It describes the credit, and then you can like ask questions and see what other people are asking. And that's a really good tool that I use in practice. So that's our first one. Make up your own credit, which is good, but not in the existing rating system. A LEED pilot credit library, pilot credits. How do we know if the ones in version 5 are going to be good to use or not? Or someone has to test them. So we incentivize people to hop into the pilot credit library and take one out and try it on their building. It doesn't matter if it works or not. I need your feedback, because based on your feedback, I will decide to either use that in version 5 or change it. So just test a LEED pilot credit out for a point and tell me if it worked or not, or what the issues were. Number 3, remember some of my naming convention, a little Y, a little box that had a Y at times in the bottom right corner? That was if there's an exemplary performance option. So that's like if you are 55% or more water efficient, 54% or more energy efficient. If you beat the highest threshold, you'll get a bonus point for going above and beyond. But not every credit has it. Think about sensitive land protection, one of our first credits. That was like, you're either on a farmland or you're not on a prime farmland. That's a yes or no credit, right? There's nothing you can exceed there. So not many credits have that option, but they are, a few do. And lastly is a LEED AP. So 5 of me work on the project. How many points do you think you get? 1, but it'll be a good team, right? Thank you. The only new difference, it's just like a bonus point for having a LEED AP. Usually it's a LEED consultant that is the person there, obviously. But your AP type has to align with the building type. So like I'm an AP BD&C, I'm an AP O&M. I'm only worth a point on a new construction and an existing building retrofit. I am not worth a point on a neighborhood development because I haven't taken the AP ND exam yet. Those are 4 ways to get 6 points total in innovation and design. And the last 4 points are about regional priority, because a building in Toronto does not have the exact same priorities as a building in Southern California, LA, let's say. So there's a US Green Building Council chapter in each of these areas, pretty much every state. And so the Southern California one, they vote and they say, what are the 6 most important credits for our region? You guessed it, it's water. So each of the water credit get an extra point tacked onto it. So if we register based on our location and our coordinates, and we're in LA, and we're looking at the water credits, and we were like, oh, we were going to do 2 of them, but we get an extra point for each one of them that we complete. Now we're going to do all 4 of them for sure. It just adds a little weight to 6 credits to encourage people to actually do them based on the region that they're in. Every region has 6 credits, but even if a project complies with all 6, it's a max of 4 extra bonus points that they can achieve. And you can look yours up here if you'd like, or anyone's. And those are our last 10 bonus points. I call them bonus points because they're kind of different, you know? If you are not sure of something you're doing on your project, you're in a unique situation, you're like, is this strategy going to work? I don't want to go through it without knowing and waste all this money. So what you can do is, first off, to answer your question, go to the reference guide, 800 pages later, no deal. Call up UHGBC's customer service, wait on hold for a while, throw your phone away. Then submit a CIR, accredited interpretation ruling request, 600 words, $220. It's simply a formal inquiry. Hey, lead, this is what I'm trying to do. This is why it's unique. Will it work for me? And they'll say yes or no and why. Look, if they said yes to me, doesn't guarantee they're going to say yes to you, though, because I might be in a complete one-off unique situation. However, there is a database of every question, every CIR that's ever been asked. And if you're in the same boat, you can write as per CIR 12, my building should comply. But they want you to know that CIRs, credit interpretation ruling requests, are not precedent setting. Or you can do something called a suggested approach. A suggested approach occurs when you're doing your own strategy that isn't in the reference guide, but it does meet an existing credits intent, but it's not there. You're making it. I'll give you an example. A building I was working on in Toronto years ago was just outside that half-mile distance to a subway stop. And we were like, that's like 5, 6 points we're leaving on the table. So we made up our own approach. We were like, okay, let's put 5 hybrid zip cars in our parking lot and we'll allow our occupants to share them. And then we wrote this narrative. We said, look, this is a different way of discouraging people from buying gas guzzlers driving alone. I'm giving them some hybrids to share. And they said, you're right. Here's 1 or 2 of the points because you're getting at the same goal. So now why is this different than innovative performance, innovation, and design? Because we talked transportation. There were 4 credits with this intent. This is just a different way of getting that credit. Whereas using the building as a teaching tool was a whole new idea outside of the scope of the rating system. A suggested approach is a different way to get an existing credit. Couple other terms that I want you to know. AIA stands for American Institute of Architects. LEED alternative compliance paths are international equivalent standards. So in Canada, we use the NECB, not ASHRAE. It still means you have to beat it by the same amount. It still evens out. It's not like easier to do LEED in one country over the other. It just might be preferable to use your own nation's standards that are equal to the American ones. LEED interpretations are precedent-setting answers to the CIRs. I'm just seeing a couple notes. Yes, thank you everybody for coming. If you have to leave right at 5:30, don't worry. I'm going to send these recordings maybe very, very late tonight or tomorrow, depending on when they get uploaded. So yeah, just watch it. The rest of the, if you're really not in a hurry, if you can stay the next 5 minutes when I go through the exam, that would be amazing. That's going to be important, but it's I'll give you the recordings anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So anyway, LEED interpretations are precedent-setting answers to our questions. That means if they said yes to me, guarantees they'll say yes to you, because they're usually added to the LEED addenda, which are just quarterly clarifications and corrections in the reference guide. And the LEED addenda, that's what that is, correction, clarification. The technical advisory groups, these are the experts. So they're industry leaders, academics, and there is a tag in sites, water, energy. They make up our pilot credits. Like they determine where the new versions of LEED are going to go, and they also answer our tough questions. Okay. Any questions right now? Yes, I'll show everybody where to get the practice exam in a moment. Don't worry about that right now. We got to talk about the fun exam first. But give me a second. I'll give everyone a second if you have any questions at all. Okay, everybody, listen up. The exam is 2 hours long. It's 100 multiple choice questions. A perfect score on the exam is 200. However, if you go, sit down, write your name, and walk out without answering anything, you get 125, which is the lowest score. The magical number, though, everybody, is 170. Now, if you get 171 or you get 199, there's only one person who cares on the planet. You're looking at him, brag to me, and please do. I've had a couple of people get 199. No one got that coveted 200 yet, so maybe you'll be the first. But a pass is a pass, 170 and up. Now, listen. Obviously, 170 out of 200 is not 85% of the lowest you can get is 125 because the scoring system makes no sense. Listen, some questions are worth 1, some are worth 2, some are worth 3. There are 15 questions worth 0 points. They're just in there to see how people do on them. They're like test questions and to see if they should be included in future versions. But guess what? You have no idea which question is worth how many points. So please don't try to game this. You have no idea what they're worth. There's no gaming. There's no strategizing. Ignore this stupid scoring system. That is the attitude. Now, most, if not all, of your questions on recent exams are going to be choose 1 out of 4, or maybe 1 out of 5, a couple. You could get a couple that tell you to choose 2 or choose 3, but it will always tell you if they want more than one answer. There's no part points. It's either right or wrong. There are no points off for getting anything wrong, so do not leave anything blank. And all I'm trying to get at everybody is there is absolutely no strategy to taking this exam. This is your strategy, folks. Ignore the stupid scoring system, and the only thing you're doing is focusing one question at a time, and the only thing going through your head is which of these is the right answer. Just get them all right. That's your strategy. Get them all right. Oh boy, why'd you come here? Obviously, Lauren, thanks. No, it's actually a nicer way to take an exam. There's no gaming or strategy. You're not like, oh, this is my weak area. I'm going to lose points if I get this one wrong. Should I leave it blank? I need to spend more time here. Nothing like that. If you need to think about scoring, just assume every question is worth 2 points, okay? If you have to. I know it helps some people, but it's not true. All you do is one question at a time, focus on it, and try your best to get it right. That is the approach, okay? That is your best plan of attack. Now, it's a multiple choice exam, and we talked about how learning something well enough to recognize it, to me and probably you, is a little bit different than learning something well enough to be able to memorize it and then regurgitate it and short answer it. It's shorter for me and likely you to learn it well enough to recognize than memorize. And it is multiple choice. And multiple choice can be easier because the answer is in front of you. Multiple choice can be harder because multiple answers are in front of you. Right? And we know this. But. By the time you go and take the real exam, you'll have done my 400 practice questions, and you'll start to get the feeling of when you're stuck on the real thing between A or B and you just can't decide. You'll start to lean and get them used to it. Be like, well, I'm pretty sure B is what they're trying to see that I know. And that feeling will come over time of what they want to see, that you know. And that feeling does come. Okay? And if you're just stuck and just can't decide between A or C and you're stuck, pick the quote unquote greenest answer as your absolute last resort. Pick the one that does the most for the environment. That is the best plan. Okay? Time is the biggest issue my students have on the exam. You have 2 hours for it, and I told you you've done my 4 practice exams a couple times each. You'll be pumping them out in like 30, 40 minutes by practice exams. You have 2 hours for the real thing. Please slow down. All my students make the same mistakes, and they're the silly ones. They're the ones that are avoidable. They miss the word not in the question. You'll get it wrong. They miss if it wants you to choose two. You get it wrong. Every exam has like 5 questions that are worded grammatically nonsensical. I have no idea why they put it in there. It's so annoying. When you get it though, don't panic. Step back, breathe, read, back, breathe, read. Tongue twister. Once you actually dissect what the question is asking, it's not too hard. Okay? And you'll get there. Now, these exams are taken one of two ways, either at a Prometric testing center, which most cities have, or since COVID, they've been available online at home. The nice part about the exam is it's not like there's 4 days a year. It's any day. It's available like 24/7. This is a global exam and you can take it online. However, you do need a webcam or a laptop with a webcam, and you need a quiet space because as taking it at home, you pretty much have to imitate what the testing center looks like. So like you can't have anything on your walls. You can't have like words showing anywhere. I've had some like horror stories already, like and I feel bad for them. Like this one person's dog wouldn't be quiet. They had to restart the exam. This one person had like I don't know, a poster they couldn't take down. To me, I perform best in these. The testing centers are kind of jail-like and weird and sterile and I don't know. I perform well in these weird places, so I like that intensity. Most normal people, which are you, probably want to take it at home in the comfort. As long as just make sure you have a quiet space. That's the most important. Nothing on the walls, quiet space. No words, I should say. And again, taking it at home is no easier than taking it at a testing center. It's the same exam, it's the same proctor system, same amount of time. It's just personal preference. With that said, most people take it at home just for sheer convenience, which is totally fine. And this is the interface of the exam now. There is another button they added. It's a strike through option. So like if you're going through a question and you're stuck between A and C, but you know B and D are wrong, you can just strike through B and D. So when you come back to it, you don't get confused or have to redo it from scratch. There's an ability to mark a question. So let's say the first question is just nuts. You're like, what? What did I say? Is it the right exam? Don't panic. Don't stare at it for 5 minutes either. Look at it for a minute, mark it, and move on. Okay? At any point in time, you can hit review. You can come back and switch up any marked or unmarked question. I'm saying there's no order you have to do it in. You can redo the exam as many times as you want in the 2 hours. And I did it twice because it took me like 40 minutes to do it. And I was like, might as well just do it again. Cover up the answers with my hand on the screen and just try it again and see if I got the same answers. Time is a non-factor. You will have more than enough of it. If you ever need extra time in like your university exams and you have like a doctor's note for that, you can also get extra time for the Green Associate, but you won't need it. For the AP, maybe. But we're here for the Green Associate. You don't need your calculator. You can comment on questions when they're stupid. I tell them they're stupid. I'm sure they read it. But all that said, all I'm saying is you only need to really schedule your exam like a week or less in advance. It's really offered 24/7 because it's global, and so you can find a lot of time slots quite easily. And I rely on you. So if there is some part of the exam that has questions on topics that I did not focus on, I need you to tell me because that is the only way that I can improve it. As you've seen me say, a student told me this, a student told me that. That is what I need from you because pass it, pay it forward. That's what people before you did as well. And then when you're done the exam, you say review. They say, are you sure? You say yes. They say, are you really, really sure? You say, oh, maybe not. You go through the exam again. You say review. Done, done. Yes, yes. And it spits out your score right then and there. And you text me, call me, email me, tell me you passed, and any feedback, please. And I will be showing you where to find the tutorial and emailing you a tutorial exactly how to register for the exam, get the student discount, and then schedule it on Prometric, which is the test administrator platform. Any questions about the actual exam? I'm going to answer Salvatore's. Well, when we get the results for the exam, how long? Oh, I just told you that. And they do not tell you how many questions you get right or wrong. It just is 170 plus out of whatever your score is out of the 200. Good question here from Caitlin. How deeply do we need to do individual research? You do not need, and same with Mohammed's about study time. And these are all great questions because that's the next thing I'm going to talk about. Everything you need to pass the exam is included in this workshop. I do not want you buying anything at all. You do not need to do any individual research, but some people have more difficulty on a specific topic, and for that, email me. I can tell you where to look, or look at Lead User, or just Google it if you can't. Always come to me. But for the most part, you're not be using anything. That's mainly your individual research is mainly just for your personal interest. So study time, everybody, for a question. 40 hours, everybody passes. I can't stand people that give that arbitrary number. Like, how do we actually know? Your level of knowledge, your study habits, your experience, they're all different. Why would I give a random number like that? I hate when people do that. So instead, I give you 3 steps to know when you're ready. Take a look. Number 1, everyone, take the webinar. Great job. Done. Number 2, you got to read my textbook. Look, I know how much information I just delivered to you. And a lot of it is new, maybe a little bit of it is new, but there are elements to this class that I guarantee you think you comprehend, but you don't understand. My textbook, it's light, it's written to you similarly to how I speak to you. I'm not trying to confuse you. In fact, I'm doing the opposite. I am trying to simply reinforce, right? Reinforce what you learned in the webinar. That's what I'm trying to do. And that's step 2. Once you read the textbook, try one practice exam out. You're going to do badly on it. That's fine. My practice exams are harder than the real thing. Some people get mad at me for that. That's okay. I'd rather you be over-prepared than the reverse. You'll try one practice exam. You'll see where you're weak. You go back to the textbook. You'll go rewatch parts of the webinar. You'll email me. I'm here and happy to help. Then you'll try another practice exam and kind of rinse and repeat through the textbook, webinar, and practice exams until you get 85% on every single practice exam. And if you do that, you will pass it, the real thing, as everyone has before you. Please don't skip to the practice exams and then just do them all 5 times each. You'll memorize the answers. You won't do well in the exam. We need to pass on our first time. That is why we're here. And I'm going to show everybody where to get all the post-class material in a moment. And it'll also be emailed to you after class. Some people here are taking the AP with me as well. For those of you who wanted to learn more about the AP, I'll email you about it. But the AP, BD&C, no matter what industry you're in, whether you're in, even if you're an urban planner, interior designer, the BD&C is the first one you take. It encompasses elements from all 4 of the other ones. It's the one that people want to see out there, that you have this under your belt, and it is by far the most useful. Then down the road, only when you're working on a specific LEED project, like I did when I started working on my first O&M project, that's when you get your second AP if you want. Also, doing the AP BD&C near or close to when you do the Green Associate is a huge benefit. My class for the Green Associate and studying for it will get you about 1/3 of the way there to the AP BD&C. So I encourage people to take it close thereafter of the green associate because there's a ton of overlap. You just saw, we just learned the BD and C rating system, but just the basics. The main difference is the level of detail. But it's a very similar style to this class. You used to need project experience. They got rid of that. Now some of the questions are experience-based knowledge, but they're so easy. I give you a sample project that I've worked on. It makes those questions the easiest on the exam. But the AP is no joke. You need to learn the reference guide. It's 800 pages. And as I showed you, I've summarized it into these 40 11 by 17 charts. This is what you need to know. And it's a lot of information. It's about twice as long and twice as detailed as this course. But if you are interested and you are intending on working on LEED buildings, you eventually will need to get the AP. Okay? So my AP course is a little more expensive at $400, but if you took this course, I'll be emailing you a coupon code to reduce that by $100 if you are interested in the AP. Now, I'm going to show you, this is going to be emailed to you. And again, I'm sorry for running over time, but that's okay. Oops. Whoa. Okay, so I'm sorry for running over time, but that's okay. It's a snowstorm. You don't mind, right? Thanks. All right, everybody. So you're going to go to my beautiful website here, okay? You're going to log in. Now, most of you have your own login, okay? I'm just going to use my own. If you don't have your own login, I'll email you one after the class, right? I'll email you one after the class if you don't have one yet. And you're just going to go to one of these two. It's the same thing. LEED self-paced paid or the webinar. The only thing difference, I did this. This is the same class. If you want to see me do it in a mustache, you are welcome to. Here's the textbook that you're going to need to get. Here are the 4 practice exams. And then here's how to register for the real exam. And this is just some extra reading if you're interested in some more specifics. So here we go. Look at this. I just published it. It's beautiful. It's very pretty. You're one of the first year to get it. Look at that. And it's not too bad. It's really reinforcing all the things that we learned today. Half of the pages are pictures. Look at these pictures. It takes up all the pages. It is not too bad. I promise you. You need to get through it. It'll reinforce everything we learned, and it's really pretty and good. So use it. And by page, 130, we're already at some of the additional reading stuff here. The exam tips we just went through, some extra information, some terms that people have had trouble remembering. And once you're done that, we'll try our practice exams. That one. Damn it. I need you to read the explanations. Whether you get the question right or wrong, the explanations are going to tell you why it's right. Now, what's dangerous, and this happened to me too, is I was studying and doing the practice exams, and I was getting a question right for the wrong reason. And if the wording was just changed a bit on the exam, boom, there goes an easy question. So I do not care if you get it right or wrong, because my explanations will explain why it's right. And as you can see, this is one of the most in-depth explanations. But most importantly, I say why it's right, and I say what the other ones would be right for. So you are studying and testing at the same time. Do not skip this. Do not go right to the practice exams. Follow my steps, and it is the most efficient way to guarantee your pass, please. And once you get 85% on the practice exams, you are ready to go and take the real thing. How do we know the score from the practice? As you mentioned, some of the questions have more weight. My practice exams, I simplify. They're all worth 1 point, and I just want you to get 85% on my practice exams to know when you're ready. Yeah. And Wei Chang asks for, do we have a cheat sheet? Unfortunately not. It is completely closed book, but you should note there is an option to, you can bring in a blank piece of paper. So if this was blank, you can bring in just a blank piece of paper. This is more useful for the AP. For the first 10 minutes, you can just write down, if you just read something that you were having a mental block on, and you can do it for the Green Associate too, but if you just read something you have a mental block on, you come in, the exam starts, you put everything away, right? Um, then for the first 10 minutes, I would just write down all those things that you had a mental block on. And then even if you don't need it or do need it, at least it's here for you to refer to. Okay, that's one strategy that I like to encourage. Any questions right now? All of those things that I just mentioned are going to be explained much better in an email I'll send you with the recording. That email will come tonight, very late, or tomorrow. If you don't see it, you can always check your spam folder or just email me on Monday if you still don't have it. I am putting this practice exam link um, in the chat. If you have to go, no problem, but you've done so well so far. What's another 20 minutes of fun with me? So if you can stay, I'd appreciate it. I'm just going to give everyone like 10, 15 minutes, 10 minutes to do this. And then the more important part is me reviewing it with you. And I'm just going to go through how I approached each question, kind of what I focused on. And then I do not care how you do on them. I care about us together getting to the right approach and the right mindset to tackle them. But please do not use your materials. Please don't help each other out. Just try your best, do your best, and then we'll come and review it together. So everybody, the answers are on the board or on the screen. Please don't go ahead of me though. I would rather you just stick with me as I go through them one at a time. Um, the most important thing is just how I approach it to teach you that. And let us get started here. Also, thank you for staying. I do appreciate it. I know I ran very late, but I appreciate it. And if you haven't hated the class so far, please let others know about it. I always have the on-demand available. I also have um, a webinar coming up a month today. So I usually do about one a month, always the same thing, minus the shirt that I'm wearing, maybe some new jokes, but thank you for staying so far. So let's get going. What category encourages us to develop on sites near developmentally constrained, diverse area uses and dense area? The category is the key here, and location and transportation is the place where you find all of those items. Location and transportation is the right answer. What workshop helps us set goals and objectives? The LEED charrette is the right answer. That is the goal setting workshop. The rest of them are made up, so they're wrong. LEED charrette is the one we talked about. What credits would be impacted by having PV panels shade the hardscape and use that electricity for EV charging stations? We did this example in class. Green vehicles from the EV charging station, heat on effect reduction, A and B from the shading from the PV panels, A and B. The third would be the on-site renewable energy credit. The EPA Act of 92, what do we use that for? That triggers my memory when I see the EPA Act. I think water, and then I think water baseline, and that is the right answer to set our baseline water flush and flow requirements. C. Site assessment, that has to include a few items that are actually physically on site. So that's going to include geology, if there's an existing physical structure, and hydrology and vegetation. Those are three of the only on-site describable options which site assessment asks for. The difference between RECs and carbon offsets, RECs are tradable commodities. We mentioned that in class, and we showed a picture of how you're essentially paying for somebody who's close enough to use renewable energy. If you didn't hear me say that, now you did. RECs are tradable commodities. Okay, we got a 9-story multifamily residential project, trying to compare that to a baseline. The only baseline that I actually recognize here is our ASHRAE 90.1 baseline. And that is the right answer. ASHRAE 90.1 is the energy baseline. 8. This is a very general question. And if you see one like this, it's probably getting at what I'm getting at. How do you select materials? So very general. And I'm asking for 3 options. So I want to know, what's the most general item that we talked about here today? It's going to be the triple bottom line, the cost of the material, the social impact of the material, and the environmental impact. People, planet, profit is the triple bottom line. DEF is the answer. And how do we compare environmental attributes of our products? Life cycle assessment takes it a step further and looks at the whole life of that product or building's impact. How long do we spend indoors? Too much time, also known as 90% of our life. Good outside if it's nice. 11, the TD office towers. This is a true story. These are some famous Mies van der Rohe, famous architects' buildings in Toronto, Montreal, New York. These ones went under a $110 million retrofit to get LEED Platinum certified operations and maintenance. And part of that massive retrofit was, let's think about it, replacing all of their windows from single pane to dual glazed argon filled glass. And that led to a decrease in energy demand. Decrease in energy demand. So some people got this wrong, and I'm sure some people pressed increased energy efficiency. So let me explain that because we didn't talk about this yet. The term efficiency we like to use for active systems. By active, I mean lighting and HVAC go up or down in efficiency. In better insulation, like a better window or a better wall, decreases the amount of energy lost. So you decrease the energy demand that you need to bring in. So a passive improvement like better insulation decreases demand. An active improvement like energy efficiency in HVAC and lighting increase efficiency. Increasing thermal control is not right. That's through thermostats and operable windows. If it said thermal comfort, it would be right, but it doesn't. I'm pretty sure these buildings, if you've ever heard of that famous story of like a lawyer showing his interns about, I don't know, he's bragging about how tough the glass was, and he ran at it as fast as he could, and the glass connection wasn't as tough, and that was his last decision, unfortunately. I think that was that building. Name an extension between a green building and a conventionally designed building. Green buildings have got to use the integrated design process, work together. If you ever see anything along the lines of a selection that says green buildings cost more, don't select it. That's not what they're trying to drive home. And in fact, yes, they usually cost more initially, but they cost less ongoing. So B doesn't give us enough information to determine an answer there. 12 was D. Donald Sterling, worst guy, only cares about the economic return of his building. Why would even he go for a sustainable building? Well, these buildings sell and rent for 2 up to 20% more than comparable buildings. I mentioned that in class. D, I wish that was correct. Certified buildings have incentives in all jurisdictions that are guaranteed. No, I don't know. No such thing as a guarantee, and very few jurisdictions still have green building incentives. So hopefully there'll be more, and it'll be easier to make the financial case to go green. What do we submit via LEED Online to verify prerequisites and credits? Very early on today, I said you upload a credit form as a checklist to make sure you have all the right documentation. 15, what's true about an innovative and performance credit? It has to include a quantifiable benefit out of the scope of LEED. Our example was using the building as a teaching tool or taking green cleaning and applying it to a BD&C project. That's going to be 15D. Natural ventilation, that's going to impact a couple categories. for sure, hopefully saving our energy and the amount of fresh air that comes into the building, which is going to be an indoor environmental quality and energy and atmosphere for the energy savings, A and C. 17, how do we reduce energy and waste associated with demolition? Hmm. I remember that. That is the intent, more or less, of MRC1, Building Life Cycle Impact Reduction. And the answer to that question are the first three options from that credit, which is to reuse a historic project, select an abandoned or blighted building, or restore an existing building. Those are the first three options from that credit, and that's the answer. What percent of carbon dioxide comes from buildings? 38% is the carbon dioxide. 33% was from transportation. 72% was the overall electrical consumption, and 50% was the energy consumption, which included natural gas. Look, if they ask you this question, the numbers will be either these numbers or plus or minus a couple percent, but they'll never be too close to one another. Lots of ways to fight damages caused by refrigerants. This is not one of them. If you miss the word not, you will get it wrong. Please don't do that. Long atmospheric lives means it has high ODPs like Freon and depletes our ozone, and we don't like that. D19. Always a good practice, whether it's for this exam or others, take the word not away and see if the other three options answer the opposite question. Or add the word not and do the same thing. It's always a good way to double check. FTEs, what do we use those for? That was how many people are in the building, 40-hour work week, 8-hour work day. I mentioned in indoor water use reduction, we use 200 FTEs, and the amount of bike parking and showers is a function of how many people are in the building. Toilets required is not right. If you give 100 people 100 toilets, or you give 100 people one toilet, it's not changing how often they need to go. We care about what the toilet's flush rate is, not the number of toilets themselves in LEED. Listen to this one. This is a weirdly worded one. It says, a project team, we're trying to use less potable water. Okay, well, I just read this as like, what options will get you points in water efficiency category? Because that is the exact intent of that category. And I know that gray water for non-potable needs for sure, like in your toilet. Water efficient fixtures like a low flow faucet, sure. And only using native plants, you hardly, if at all, need to irrigate it. F, I'm sure some of you put F for this when capturing and treat stormwater runoff. So this is a tricky one because you get points for that, but those points are in sustainable sites under rainwater management. The treating part of this, you could just run it through the ground and replenish the aquifer and naturally treat it. It would have to say something like you captured and reused that stormwater runoff to also get points in water efficiency, which is why we're talking about it here today. The fourth best option would be sub-metering all systems, but just by sub-metering doesn't necessarily mean you'll use less water. If one of these three options wasn't here, then I would pick D, but because these three are better, I would have picked those. So that's a very tough question and why I wanted to go through it with you. 22, quality open space is not the result of open grid pavement. Yes, open grid pavement was good for rainwater. It was good for the heat island effect, but it's not actively getting you out there and using the space like a community garden is or a walking path through a courtyard, which were examples we had today in class. Which of the following areas would be optimal for a LEED project? High development density. Build where there are buildings. Up, not out. Big theme in LEED. 24. We're trying to maximize our floor to area ratio and minimize rainwater runoff. Those are two good things, period. Which of the following demonstrates systems thinking? So this is a very mean question, and the first sentence should have been ignored, and you should just read which of the following demonstrates systems thinking, which we talked about in like the first 30 minutes of the class. I was like, is the building in the middle of nowhere or in a community around you? Do you need to build infrastructure to get people to it, or can you use existing? Researching how occupants will travel to the project is an example of systems thinking of how you fit into the system. You will never get a question like that. That's terribly mean. But now for the rest of your life, you'll read everything more carefully. But don't worry too much about that. That's just a mean question. Sorry. Leads a nonprofit organization ensuring fairness and credibility by being a C consensus-based process. So everybody, don't worry about how you did on these. These questions are going to be more or less out of the 400 you'll find online. So when you do, you'll be more prepared. You'll have read the textbook. Please look out for an email from me today or tomorrow with the follow-up post-class materials and all that jazz. If you do know anybody who might want to take this course, please do spread the word. I'm really pushing people to do it while it's still in version 4 for the next 12 months before it gets harder in version 5 and unpredictable. Get it out of the way now. You don't have to worry about it down the road. Um, Otherwise, keep in touch. Let me know when you pass. Always appreciate any feedback. I hope this was a different way to do a webinar because I've been a part of some webinars that are very painful to get through, and I hope I kept you mildly entertained and informed and gained some knowledge from it. And I'm going to email everybody how to access the textbook, or you can use your login that you already have to get it on the website, but I'll be emailing you a login too. That email is for you only. If it's shared, it gets it kills it. So please keep that to yourself. It's your login. You pay for this class. And have a wonderful rest of your weekend. If you get snowed in, I'm with you. Shoveling's good for the soul. That's where I'm going to go right now. You can take the exam 3 times, but you have to pay every time. So we really want to pass right on the first go. And as long as you follow my steps, you will be more than fine. Thank you, everybody.